أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى ثم ذهب إلى أهله يتمطى أولى لك فأولى ثم أولى لك فأولى أيحسب الإنسان أن يترك سدى ألم يك نطفة من مني يمنى ثم كان علقة فخلق فسوى فجعل منه الزوجين الذكر والأنثى أليس ذلك بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وقال نوح رب لا تذر على الأرض من الكافرين ديارا إنك إن تذرهم يضلوا عبادك ولا يلدوا إلا فاجرا كفارا. وقال نوح رب لا تذر على الأرض من الكافرين ديارا إنك إن تذرهم يضلوا عبادك ولا يلدوا إلا فاجرا كفارا. رب اغفر لي ولوالدي ولمن دخل بيتي مؤمنا وللمؤمنين والمؤمنات ولا تزد الظالمين إلا تبارا. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Before further proceeding, if I may request to my colleague Dr. Priya Arona, please come on the stage as she will be performing her duties as the moderator. Dr. Priya, please come and join the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you please stand up for the national anthem. the first symposium on artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, which is the need of the time. As it is said that है वो दिनों की मशीनों की हुकूमत एहसास है मुरब्बतों को जब देते हैं आलात, it is said by Imam Iqbal. And now this is the era of communication, digitization, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity challenges. So this is the 65th study group meeting on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and communication challenges. And for the opening remarks, so if I may request Brigadier Muhammad Yasin for welcome remarks to come to the stage and share the brief background of this study group meetings. And actually, this is the brainchild of Brigadier Yasin, that he's been doing this for the last more than 31 years in STPI. By profession, he's a chartered engineer, and he is author of and co-author of a few books. Has served in various capacity in Prime Minister Secretariat, in Pakistan Army, in National Center for Electronics, and also STPI. With this very brief introduction, I request the Brigadier Retired Muhammad Yasin for the welcome remarks. Please welcome to the
Respected Chair, worthy panelists, and dear participants. It's an honor for me to welcome you to discuss an important subject, that is, meeting the challenges and exploiting the opportunities of artificial intelligence with a focus on cybersecurity for Pakistan. The use of AI is spreading at staggering speed. AI solutions are being implemented to reshape industry, manufacturing, health, education, agriculture, and environment, so on and so forth, for improving efficiency and productivity. It is now widely used in decision making. However, with panaceas, there are also dangers to privacy, security, election meddling, data breaches, fake information, country defense, and ethics. AI is a double-edged weapon. It is transforming cybersecurity landscape by facilitating detection, analyzing, and responding to threats. But it can also facilitate malicious actors to launch more refined attacks. It has already made our common security method obsolete. At the same time, it can help security teams to effectively responding to cyber incidents. That said, we should be methodical in relying on AI for its positives. Organizations are incorporating AI into their processes so speedily that they cannot keep pace with the need to update their security strategies. This creates vulnerable gaps in their systems, facilitating cyber attackers to access and hack vital information and data. Therefore, it is most important that with the integration of AI into the processes and AI-driven solutions, cybersecurity measures must be implemented mitigate the impending risks proactively. The threats we face are something not looming in the future. They are very much present. Pakistan has experienced several cybersecurity attacks from a hostile country. It also faces non-state related cybersecurity threats. According to published reports, in 2023, 25% of Pakistani users faced online threats. The attackers adapt in accordance with the pattern of users. We must develop AI-based cybersecurity architectures sooner than later to identify and recognize such attack patterns quickly and forestall the impending dangers. Pakistan must move forward in adopting AI-based cybersecurity systems to safeguard its sensitive installations. Such systems would minimize the role of humans. During SDPI's annual International Sustainable Development Conference in end November 2023, the panel on sustainability in the digital age, the potential of AI in Pakistan. Relevant issues were discussed and policy and planning recommendations were forwarded to the relevant stakeholders. At that time, the participants strongly suggested that we must organize an event to discuss as to how we can meet the challenges and exploit the opportunities of AI with a focus on cybersecurity for Pakistan. Also, realizing the dangers of increasing cyber threats to critical information and infrastructure, the government recently granted 10 billion rupees for acquiring requisite technical capabilities to proactively identify potential cyber threats and initiate timely response to deal cybersecurity breaches. Although a partly some, but as they say, something is better than nothing. With a view to keeping pace with the developments, the Ministry of IT and Telecom issued the draft AI Policy 2022. This policy lays a fundamental framework through the adoption of pillar-based approach to meet the challenges and exploit the opportunities of AI with a focus on Pakistan. The ministry had also issued the National Cybersecurity Policy 2021. Recently, PTI has issued cybersecurity strategy for 2023 to 2028. We would all agree that policies and strategies are always reviewed in accordance with the development and feedback to keep them relevant. We are sure that the learned speakers and participants will discuss various facets of the role of AI in cybersecurity with a focus on Pakistan. Also, this gathering will try and identify the challenges that Pakistan will likely face and come up with policy and planning recommendations. The Sustainable Development Policy Institute expresses its gratitude to Allama Iqbal Open University and National Cyber Emergency Response Team for their collaboration in organizing this very important event. Policy and planning recommendations of this symposium will be shared with relevant stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the importance of this very important subject. So my colleague that I can call as Mr. Zakir Saeed is here from Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication. Mr. Zakir Saeed is Director, Indian Governance Ministry of IT. Please join the stage. Thank you so much. So, if Professor Maheen has joined from the National Cyber Emergency Response Team, she's probably on the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite chair of the session, Professor Dr. Asha Ahmed, so let me very briefly share with you that this symposium has two sections, and the first section is the proceeding, and the second section will be having Professor Dr. Nasir Mahmood, the Vice Chancellor of Ahmedabad University this year, Mr. Aslam Hayat, Senior Policy Fellow, Asia, and Mr. Mudassir Hussain, Vice President, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, Jazz Mobile in Pakistan, Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz, Chairman, NCAI NAS, Dr. Abid Yunus, Executive Director, Sustainable Development Policy Institute, and the expected Federal Minister for IT and Telecommunication and Youth Affairs will also be joining us probably after some time. So, with this announcement, let me invite Professor Dr. Asha Ahmed, Dean of Faculty of Sciences, Ahmedabad Open University, to come to the podium and share her thoughts and the importance of this very subject on artificial intelligence and cyber security and the role of academia. Thank you.
Ahmedabad University under the able leadership of Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Nasir Mahmood is in the process of organizing various events in the form of seminars, conferences, symposium, expos at main campus and in the regional offices as part of 50-year celebrations, which we are finally be concluding in May this year. Ahmedabad University will be of 50 years, inshallah. With its contribution in obviously education, research, and education particularly reaching to the doorsteps of masses throughout Pakistan. And now we have launched some programs at international level as well. Regarding this symposium, we all are concerned about the rapidly evolving landscape of technology, AI, and cybersecurity, which have emerged as transformative application, not only as it has redefined the forms of national security, but also have exerted a profound influence on the socio-economic status of the nations. And here this is our concern to look into the issues being encountered or will be encountered by the government of Pakistan at larger level, and educational institutions obviously they play a big role in providing solutions to such problems, and we are here as part of this team. As Pakistan, we all know, navigates its trajectory into the future, a comprehensive understanding of the emerging technologies like AI, cybersecurity, and this is the need of the hour. These technological advancements are not merely the tool to be used for marginal future development, rather they work as catalysts to boost every aspect of the contemporary society, from governance and defense to the commerce and daily life. So not only on the larger scale, but if we start from the home life or from the institutions, AI is playing a major role. As teacher, as researcher, I have observed my students of MPhil and PhD, when even I wasn't aware of how much this AI is into the academia. I got the research reports, thesis, which were amazingly written, and obviously, since human input was less, we picked there is something wrong with these researches. And when we went into the details, we found, oh, this is the new technology, and our youth is already into it. So we found the solutions to find out where we can help the students to be on the right path and make use of AI in a positive directions. Yes, AI can be used and is being used positively as well. So here in this symposium, we will be focusing on uses in positive direction rather than misuses. So we have to control it as teachers, as researchers here in this forum, and obviously our experts will be throwing light on these challenges in detail. The challenges and opportunities posed by these technologies surpass the jurisdiction of conventional security concerns, reaching into the very heart of strategic national planning. So this is the time, the time to आगे निकल चुका, we are already into it, and we want to strengthen the systems, ongoing systems at different levels. Government के जैसे आज हमारे साथ Ministry of Defense से Dr. Faisal मौजूद हैं, he will be here, he is chief guest of honor with us. How we can take care of such indulgences, challenges in negative direction, क्योंकि हमें थोड़ा अंदाजा है अपनी जो national mind track है कि या ह्यूमन माइंड ट्रैक है, तो नेशनल में इसको एलिगेशन नहीं लगाना चाहती हूँ कि नेगेटिव चीजों को हम जल्दी टेक करते हैं, उन नेगेटिव्स को हम कैसे कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं और उन पॉजिटिव को कैसे हम लेके और इस टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज कर सकते हैं ताकि एट इंटरनेशनल लेवल वी कैन कम्पीट विद द डेवलपिंग नेशंस और एक अच्छा इमेज जो एक नेशन का होना चाहिए उसको कैसे स्ट्रेंथन कर सकते हैं. So this is the need of the hour that policymakers and stakeholders should move beyond a reactionary stance and must accept its emergence by looking into the challenges and opportunities logically. Logically, I will highlight this word over here and force this word over here. AI is there. We cannot deny it, but the use of AI in positive direction is again should be our objective and a challenge, and to stop the negativities of this technology again is a challenge, and look into the positive way of using this technology. The strategic guidelines crafted by the country must be based on collaborative wisdom to address the immediate threats and advantages presented by the continuously evolving nature of these fields. Not only in educational institutions, in all departments, so that we can use its positive ways rather than the negative ways and enhance our image at national level, at international level, and secure our privacy. Cyber security की बात हो रही थी कि उसको हम इस तरह से लॉक करके रखें कि वो एक्सेस ना हो किसी की भी. I have observed in institutions, educational institutions, छोटी सी example में दूँगी जहाँ पे results compile हो रहे थे. This is not AIU. मैं clear कर दूँ किसी और organization की बात कर रही हूँ. I will not name it. मेरा अपना बेटा वहाँ पढ़ रहा था. A boy very clever in this. He found the password and he just उसको जो results को manipulation है, he did it. और फिर the whole staff they were so worried about it कि ये कैसे हो गया. Finally they found a student of their own और उनको नहीं मालूम था कि इसको हमने fool proof कैसे बनाना है. Again they took expertise of that student. उसको उन्होंने कहा हम आपको कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, हमें बता दीजिए कि आप कैसे एंटर हुए और इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है. हमारी यूथ तो माशाल्लाह इतनी इंटेलिजेंट है, इतनी क्लेवर है टेक्नोलॉजी, हमें सिर्फ इनको डायरेक्शन देनी है. चैलेंजेस अभी डॉक्टर ब्रिगेडियर साहब ने जिक्र किया हमारे सामने हैं. थ्रेट्स, threat landscape evolution we have to look into. skill gap कहीं है अगर तो हमें opportunities provide करनी है अपने youth को so they can learn. और फिर हमारे जो leaders हैं, HODs of the department हैं, अभी सुबह ही मैं बात करी थी हमारे computer sciences department के HOD यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं डॉक्टर सलीम, about the changes we can make in our curricula so that the curricula is as per needs of the market. And he sure if we are already into it, we have modified the curricula of our postgraduate, undergraduate courses, and we will be offering programs related to particularly this discipline to fill the gap, skill gap. Then regulatory framework, yes, we do need it, that will be done at government level. Then international collaborations, they are must because yes, we have got expertise, but the international collaborations we will be having a taste of a skill, technology, skill gap that we will be learning from the others as well. There are opportunities too, if in the end you will be into it, कि क्या-क्या मौके हैं हमारे पास AI सीखने के लिए, के बाद that is innovation, economic growth at national level we can do that. Advanced defense mechanism बहुत important है, हमारे defense से बहुत से लोग यहाँ मौजूद हैं, they will be throwing light on that. Capacity building within the departments, this is must. अगर हम दौड़ में शामिल नहीं होंगे तो हम पीछे रह जाएंगे. Again we have to train, we have to जो professional development होती है relevant departments, academia है उसके मुताबिक देना है, हमें ministries में, defense में है, कहीं भी किसी भी area में, तो we have to go with it. Then strategic partnership, again this is must to strengthen the system. And as Brigadier Saab has already shared, Government of Pakistan has already started taking action about uses and misuses of AI in various departments, besides exploring the opportunities for leveraging AI and cybersecurity within the National Strategic Framework. Again, he mentioned we are lack of funds. With limited resources, हम ऐसी नेशन है कि वंडर्स कर जाते हैं, चाहे हमें एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स भी करने पड़े, we don't calculate यहाँ we are being paid for it, हम voluntarily भी कूद पड़ते हैं जहाँ कौन की बात आती है. तो इंशाल्लाह we will be doing that, and Allama Iqbal University assures SDPI and National CRT team, we are with you and we will be with you in organizing such fruitful, mindful, thought-provoking seminars and conferences because they are need of the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for highlighting the importance and the academic perspective. So now, for further proceeding, I will request my colleague Dr. Priya Numa to take over the podium and further proceed with this presentation.
Thank you very much, Shahid Nasa. Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed speakers of the symposium. We are gathered here today to discuss a topic of integral importance, that's the challenges and opportunities of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in Pakistan. After the holistic remarks by Brigadier Retired Mohammad Yassin and Chair of the session, Dr. Hajra Ahmed, now we are going to take a deep dive into the subject topic through the technical presentation of the esteemed panelists. And in this regard, I would like to invite the guest of honor of this session, Dr. Faisal Nawaz Janjua, Deputy DG, Artificial Intelligence at Ministry of Defense. I would like to invite Dr. Faisal Nawaz for his technical presentation.
Dr. Marina.
As we say, this notion of an uncontrolled AI is not just a topic of science fiction, but a real consideration for contemporary AI development, ethics, and governance. The trajectory of AI has set a course toward an era where autonomous systems are becoming increasingly capable and independent. The implications of AI evolution towards the autonomy have sparkled a discourse that grapples with both the potential benefits and challenges it poses to human oversight and control. Well, I would largely be focused on the swap of applied AI, which would cover its opportunities with associated challenges, and of course, highlighting the national initiatives, and finally, I would just propose or recommend a strategy to harness the potential of this technology at national canvas. So this artificial technology, what basically it refers to, it is the development of those machines, those dumb machines, which be converted into an intelligent machine so that they can act the required human intelligence given by those machines. The complex multiplications, permutations of those analytics given to that machine. Now, with this basic definition, now this domain can be applied as a catalyst to multiple domains and spheres of life. That includes the medical, education, industry, you name a domain, this can act as a catalyst, as a resource, as an enabling technology, as a force multiplier to multiple domains, which can include the precision farming, the crop monitoring, the disease detection in farming, and then when dives into the economics, it covers the financial forecasting, the fraud detection and prevention, you name a supply chain optimization, and similarly, on the same lines, it covers and enables the cyber domain also, which includes the enhanced threat detection and prevention, automatic response remediation, and adaptive security, which includes even the zero-day attacks, the DPIs, the deep packet inspections, the wireless malwares. To name a thing, it will enable and strengthen the technology and domain of cybersecurity also. Now, few words about the investment trends. You can see AI as a transformative force. You can see the AI index report of 2023. You see the investment of different countries on only AI domain. That is 250 billion almost spent by US in AI domain only, not the IT community complete. It is US spending 250 billion in AI domain only. Similarly, China, Israel, you can say that. And similarly, Stanford Institute gives a report that after like 2023, this would be an exponential increase. World would go, you see the blue curve says that after 2022-23, there will be an exponential increase in AI domain only. So that a lot of revenue generated by this AI technology, it has a huge appetite, which should be capitalized, you see in US and China also. So we must capitalize the revenue generation of this domain, particularly AI. Similarly, there are few opportunities, the products, the applied type of AI. For example, you name a computer vision itself. Understanding the visual information, that smart area of detection systems. You get the satellite images,
you identify the objects, even you get the temporal changes through this machine. You can get so many meaningful information automatically by the machine. Similarly, smart security and surveillance systems which have already been deployed, that CCTV cameras, input streams coming, lot of streams coming. So from a control room, in humanly not possible, the plethora of information coming, all being done, analytics being generated through artificial intelligence, intelligent machine, and similarly automated or vehicles. You come in the domain of NLP breakthroughs, you see transcriptions, not only the media transcription of the GSM calls automatically transcribed, you can generate the summarization of those transcriptions, even you can make the labeling of the speakers, the validation of the speakers, you can get the translation of multiple languages, you just give the input of any language, you can translate those languages in any of your desired output. Similarly, complete situational awareness through multiple domains, from electronic media to print media, social media, even there are analytical programs, those programs are being translated in the desired languages, and then you can get the theme of that document, you can get the sentiment automatically generated through this machine. The most important thing is nowadays is the generative AI. In generative AI, you see, you work on the adversarial networks. So they generate the things, new things, innovative things. Chatbot is one of the product of the generative AI. You got the deepfakes. Detection is one aspect, generation is altogether different domain. So in audio and video, latest innovation is the Sora. You must be knowing that. You just type a text, it will create a complete video for you. So sky is the limit. You go to any extent. There are not many opportunities in this. When we talk of edge computing, well, edge computing, we call of the embedded systems, it is very important and very critical when we go into the kinetic domain. On these smart systems go to the kinetic domain, you need to reduce the kill chain process. Once and you know automatic vehicle is flying in the air, it locks the target, then it has to engage that target. So that time of locking the target, engagement of the target is very critical. So it cannot afford that latency time. So edge computing will give you that opportunity to reduce that time and engage the target immediately. Similarly, reinforcement learning, enabling decisions and prediction to self-learning mode. And that is the ChatGPT is one of the examples. Similarly, when we talk of the opportunities, at the same time, this technology brings up a lot many challenges also. The important thing is that data quality. The performance and accuracy of your learned model would be depending on the type of data and the quantity. So, building the diverse and high quality corpuses is very important. This will dictate the performance and efficiency of your model. This is again a challenge. Then explainable AI, the black box. You develop a model, then what the result they are giving, you have to identify, you need to know what that box is doing. You know, what is that reasonable explanation which is desired? Depends who is asking and what do they seek. Layman person would like to know that why a system has taken this decision, and you should have substantial ground to believe on the system. So he has to be satisfied. For example, in healthcare, instead of a doctor diagnosing a patient, smart model diagnoses it and confirms it as a patient cancer positive. So he would like and he has the right, fundamental right to ask you the reason and the ground on which this decision has been taken. So another challenge would be how feasible it is to explain technically and financially. Subsequently, there is a transparency and accountability. Well, it is not immediately clear how or where to assign the liability when the desired model is not performing as per the desired results. So, there are 3-4 stakeholders involved always. One is the development side, the AI engineers, the person who has developed it and put the logic on this, or the hardware or equipment which has been used to deliver that model, or the third one is the consumer, the client side, who has used it, was there a lack of training or what? So these responsibilities have to be fixed, which is not fixed immediately, has to be diagnose deep down. Of course, ethics and ethical issues, responsible AI respects the human rights and minimizes the potential harm to the humans. Intellectual property. There is always a debate. Department of Defense, narrated a report on this recent past that identifying that if somebody is paying to build an automatic model, so the person who is building it, or the person who is paying it, or the person who is running it to his own data set, the corpuses, who would be the ownership, who would have that ownership of that intellectual property? That would be an important and challenging aspect. The limited generation, of course, unseen situations remains challenging in AI models. Achieving true AI that can adapt is a long-term goal still. We all know that the world has accepted this technology, but of course, with operational controls, ensuring safe development and responsible deployment of this technology, enhancing the common well-being of mankind, and does not infringe on users' rights. Last year, 2023, there were 37 different artificial intelligence bills have been passed. And then the important thing is that United Nations law, the countries have realized that they need to control the capabilities and risks of this niche technology through some documentation. So United Nations have raised their own AI advisory body last year, and they have prepared a new data report in December 23. It covers so many do's and don'ts. Now we must know that this forum would eventually affect us, and this forum should be on our radar because this will give us the future direction. Levels of facilitation to the underdeveloped countries. This will tell us the AI governance legislations and will ensure the compliance and accountability from the countries like us. So this forum and such like forums should be on our radar, and we must contribute and get the fair piece of chunk from this forum. Similarly, you see, US Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute consortium raised in February this year. Department of Defense AI National Strategy. They have developed their own strategy. November 2023. First, countries like US, United States have first AI roadmap. They have realized that they should have a clear roadmap, and then their cyber and infrastructure security agency have their own cyber AI roadmap. And similarly, they have the National AI Commission Act and AI principles for ethical use and so on. China says that they are targeting 50% boost in computing only with respect to the United States. Development countries like UK, we see data protection and digital information bill has been passed. AI data protection risk toolkit inquires organizations or using any generative AI. They are accountable to the government. And the European Union, they have passed the act, and in that act, anybody doing AI offense has to fine 30 million euros. You see, that is how the developed countries are controlling the risk generated by this technology, but at the same time capitalizing on the potential of this niche technology. Coming back to our national campus, it is always said that we are far behind. We are the followers, we're not the leaders. Like we are behind 10 years. Somebody said we are behind 2 decades, 3 decades. Agree? If yes, then we must identify the underlying reasons. And those reasons must be accepted. Till the time we don't accept those reasons, we will not move forward. But on the flip side, we must know that if we are following, we are the followers, then the better part is we have already a beaten track. The developed countries have evolved. They must face the challenges. So they have evolved the best practices. So we can follow those best practices and have a clear direction instead of becoming a guinea pigs. So the important aspect would be first is that AI needs basic fuel is the data sets, the corpuses. Do we have the data sets we have? Yes, we have. Now the FBI, excise and taxation, and lot many departments. We have lot many departments having data reservoirs. So do they share the data set? Do they carry out the analytics on those? No. Why? Why don't they share the data sets? They might have apprehensions, insecurities. So why don't we resolve those insecurities? If there is an over possessiveness, they should be told, awareness campaign should be started. Or if they have genuine observations and apprehensions, that should be clarified. Like they would say that we are insecure if data address is with us, if data is on move, who will be responsible? Then we need to have data sharing mechanisms, data governance frameworks. Do we have those? If we don't have those, we must have data sharing mechanisms so that the data owner should be satisfied. And if we have those data sharing mechanisms also, and this huge data will be shared, do we have that infrastructure? Do we have that network? Do we have that type of compute? The concept of cloud computing, the storage? If we don't have that, then we should start it at least from some step so that we will move forward. We should have a clarity of mind and a clarity of mind where we want to go. However, there are different initiatives. One is the steering committee on AI initiative under the Ministry of Science, HEC. Fortunately, I am still a part of that committee, is doing a wonderful job. One is that is auditing and monitoring what all is being done across the country. But most important part is it is seeing and categorizing that there is no duplication of efforts. You see, this was very important. This is being done very wonderfully. The second point is the formulation of artificial intelligence national task force under Ministry of Planning and Development. An excellent step. Huge work was done. Again, I was part of this national task force, one of the leading members. We have divided, multiple domains and study groups, and a lot of efforts have been done. People have done a wonderful job. But unfortunately, what happens is, when there is a change of government, it was diluted, right? So this type of steps needed continuity, long-term plans. So continuity is another factor which is very important. Right? After having said everything, I would just humbly submit 2 points. One is that we must take stock of our general state of a stock of our current state of capability. What all we have. We should not always blame that we don't have nothing. What all we have, we should start from that scratch. And then another important thing is that this national AI policy, which I was also part of preparing it, a lot of people have done a lot of things, and it has become as a document. So this document should be implemented. There still a lot of improvement, there's room of improvement in the document, but this document has to be implemented so that people should follow some ethics, some rules, some framework, which how to grow. One, and as proposed in that national AI policy, the important thing is the establishment of the FAI directorate, which should monitor, standardize the AI efforts across the country, even across the boundaries also. And as suggested in the national AI policy, that national AI fund board, so that there should be a central mechanism who would generate the products and then fund them accordingly. This is one aspect which is very important. And the second thing is that we should have some structured approach. One, and second is that approach should be a continuous process. And that would be done only if we create a 10 years national AI roadmap. I would just repeat that national AI roadmap is important. Why? Because it needs a continuity. Right? It should encompass two many things. One is the goal. Goal should be clearly defined. That where do we stand as of today? Where we want to grow and go and achieve what? Down the 10 years line. And how those would be achieved. Smaller milestones. Identifying the enablers. What all are the enablers? How we can achieve those goals through those defined KPIs. Every KPI would be achieved, and if there is a correction required, we can always correct our path or depending on the desired KPIs. And third one is the prioritizing the domains. There are a lot many domains we can work on, but there are a few domains which can quickly give you a response, revenue generation. That will be a low-hanging fruit. So that roadmap would define the low-hanging fruit so that the KPIs will be completed and ultimately to achieve those goals. And then there is an apprehension that after having the AI models, machine learning models, there will be joblessness, unemployment. So that concept is to be clarified, that how that skill gap would be bridged. That would be defined in the roadmap. And of course, the data reservoirs would be shared. The apprehensions of data owners would be clarified based on the data governance frameworks which will be generated by this roadmap. Last point, important is collaboration must not be forgotten. Domestic efforts, though, should be continued, but coupled with the international and national levels. Even the government to government is okay. Even industry to industry is fine. We must collaborate and must not try to reinvent the wheel. What all has been done, we must capitalize on that technology and grow forward. We must grow together along with the international community. Well, I would just conclude by saying that AI technology should be embraced, not bypassed. Important takeaway is, it is never too late. You still can take off, but should with a clear, realistic, and consistent national data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faisal Nawaz, for giving deeper insights concerning the artificial intelligence realm, the associated challenges, and also the set of recommendations. Before we move on to our next esteemed speaker, I would like to welcome and invite on stage Dr. Mehreen Afzal, Executive Director and CERT, who has just joined us. Dr. Mehreen, welcome to the symposium. Now I would like to invite Mr. Zakir Sayed, Director, Internet Governance, Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication, for his technical presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting the Ministry of IT to this event on AI and cybersecurity. As Brigadier Yassin mentioned in his opening remarks, AI is developing at a staggering speed, and it's a double-edged sword. So rightly so, it's an opportunity not only for Pakistan but across the globe, and the world is actually looking at it as a huge potential opportunity in different sectors. So in my talk, I'll try to keep it very short, as we've already talked about the national AI policy, which is the initial draft is already there. So I'll try to very quickly go you all through the national AI policy, what exactly is it, and what is the government realizing as a result of this national AI policy. So what exactly AI policy? As we mentioned, it's a global opportunity. Currently, the AI market is considered to be $1 trillion opportunity, and it's going to be $1.8 trillion by 2030. The AI market only, it's going to contribute around $16 trillion by 2030 to the global economy. So it's a huge opportunity for us, and at the same time, as we heard, it's a double-edged sword. So alongside a huge opportunity, it's a challenge as well. So nation states and nations have to be prepared, and that's why we realize that we need an overarching document and overarching national strategy that would help address the opportunities as well as the challenges associated with AI. So, down the line, we'll see what exactly is the government realizing from this national AI policy. We actually have, 4 pillars that will address the different aspects associated with this, emerging technology with respect to the national digital landscape. So as I mentioned, it's a $1.8 trillion global opportunity, and it's high time for us as a country to grasp, huge amount of opportunity from this global potential with respect to AI. Right now, as we speak, as Dr. Faisal already, pointed toward that there are, 37 bills floated across the globe in different countries with respect to AI. So there are actually almost 50 countries which already have their national AI policies or strategies intact. And you can see China, UK, Turkey, Singapore, Japan, and a number of other advanced nations out there on this globe. So it's high time for us to be able to come up with a national AI strategy or this national AI policy. And around 15 countries are currently in the process of drafting their national AI policies or strategies, and we also are one of these 15 countries, since we've already had this national AI policy draft out there, and we are in the process of soliciting feedback from different stakeholders from across the public and private sector, and so moving quickly towards the policy draft. This was the background. Why exactly? Do we really need an AI policy or not? And if we need, why do we need it? And as I mentioned, it's a huge opportunity across the globe. In different states, different countries are looking at AI from different perspectives. We'll see in the upcoming slide that different countries have different approaches to AI. For example, Singapore focus to AI is public service delivery. China, for example, is focusing more on data protection and national security. India, for example, is trying to improvise on the potential demand for AI skills across the globe. So their focus is on economic and overcoming the skill gap to benefit from the potential economic opportunity with respect to AI. Turkey, for example, recently deployed some AI applications in their judiciary, so again, public service delivery. Japan, again, has a phased approach to artificial intelligence. They've got 3 different phases. Initially, they are trying to implement AI in different sectors, and down the line, they will then integrate those different sectors through different data exchange buses. So, if you skim through, globally, different countries have different approaches to AI, and in Pakistan, we were trying to cover all the aspects in 4 pillars of this draft national AI policy, again, which will be finalized by the national AI policy committee, which will have membership from different stakeholder groups. So the vision of this national AI policy is to embrace artificial intelligence by as a responsible and transparent use of AI. And the scope would, of course, be to provide a complete AI-enabling ecosystem in Pakistan, and covering all aspects of awareness, including skill development, standardization, and ethical use of AI. As Dr. Hazra mentioned, some of the students have been using artificial intelligence in writing their thesis or their research papers or assignments. So that again is a global challenge. And another committee within the Higher Education Commission is working on curbing the use of the negative use of artificial intelligence and generative AI technologies in academia. And that committee is actually
nationally but across the globe. Objectives from this national AI policy again are developmental and responsible. How exactly can we contribute to the global AI ecosystem as you know responsible and ethical users of AI. So the developmental aspects or objectives of this policy are, you know, training and upskilling. Again, as we mentioned, there is a huge skill gap coming up in the global AI market. So that's again a huge potential opportunity for Pakistan to improvise and to get maximum out of that. Increasing public awareness to facilitate the adoption of AI sustainabilities, as Dr. Faisal referred to this AI task force in Ministry of Planning. This task force actually, you know, researched 8 or 9 different sectors whereby artificial intelligence can be applied, and you know the different teams and members of this task force worked extensively and, you know, came up with proposals whereby AI can be used in different sectors. So again, that's another objective of this AI policy, to be able to, you know, establish an AI ecosystem, and then responsible use of AI across the country by ensuring the you know, ethical and use of AI. So one of the pillar would specifically be addressing the ethical and responsible uses of artificial intelligence technologies in the country. These are actually the 4 pillars of the AI policy draft, that is enabling AI through awareness and readiness, AI market enablement, because to be able to come up with a comprehensive AI ecosystem, you need to enable the market, which includes the academia, the industry, the public sector, and other stakeholders. And then building a progressive and trusted environment, again, associated with the ethical and responsible use of AI. And then transformation and evolution. This is again an important aspect whereby AI technology will be used in different sectors across the country to be able to get maximum benefit of this emerging technology. This is the details of these are the details of the 4 pillars. What exactly are we aiming at from in these 4 pillars? By the way, the draft version of the policy is available at Ministry of IT's websites, and if you may get a copy from there and can go through the draft. So what we actually aim from this AI policy, as already mentioned by my colleagues earlier, that we need national level AI framework, or, you know, strategic framework to for the next 5 or 10 years. So in this policy, we have realized, you know, certain objectives, certain aims from this national AI policy, that is, you know, generate demand for AI job opportunities within Pakistan, not only in Pakistan, but to, you know, benefit from the global skill gap with respect to artificial intelligence. And that we, as a result of this policy, we aim to, for example, train 100,000 graduates in artificial intelligence. As you may know, a number of universities have started bachelor's and master's programs in artificial intelligence. And then we also expect to be, you know, training, producing 50,000 diploma holders in artificial intelligence to quickly, you know, address the global skill gap in AI. So, you know, it's a multi-pronged, all-encompassing approach to AI, you know, covering academia, industry, and governments. And it's these, you know, stakeholders that will, you know, collectively help enable the AI ecosystem at national level. So policy implementation, this is what the ministry has proposed in the draft, that there will be a steering committee that will help steer the overall efforts to, you know, enabling the AI ecosystem in the country. And then policy implementation cell would be there that would oversee the development with respect to artificial intelligence policy across the globe. And then will be specialized working groups, you know, consisting of stakeholders from different from different sectors, and then focusing on every single pillar of the national AI policy. So this was a quick backgrounder of the national AI policy draft. I would recommend all of you to go through the national AI policy draft. And if you feedback or comments on the policy, the ministry would be glad to have your comments and feedbacks through the email, or you can, send, drop them in person as well. So thank you very much. With concluding my talk, I would recommend, as I already mentioned, that globally different countries are looking at artificial intelligence from different lenses. As we heard, the European Union last month came up with this AI Act in February, last month. The focus in this EU's AI Act is data protection, because European Union is always ahead when it comes to personal data protection. See, for example, their GDPR. So EU's focus is on data protection. They have attempted to classify AI applications in 3 different categories. For example, any AI application in the health sector would be classified as high risk AI with respect to personal data protection. And then, similarly in transport sector, it would be considered high risk. And then they have medium risk and low risk AI applications. China, as I mentioned earlier, their focus is on national security and data protection again. US, again, security and personal data protections. The White House, a couple of months back, came up with this directive, the presidential directive, how exactly can they ensure that AI would be used in the best interests of the US people. And they have launched certain initiatives. For example, the use of AI in cybersecurity, it was around $20 million. And then UK, for example, a few months back, they launched this AI skill program of 120 pounds. And then countries like Singapore, Turkey, Japan, their focus is on the use of AI for public service delivery. So if you skim through the approaches to AI across the globes, we see that we at Pakistan, we are facing all these challenges, skill gap, security, data protection, public service deliveries. And that's why we've attempted to include and to cover all those aspects in this draft national policy. And we inshallah, keep our fingers crossed to be addressing all these challenges through this policy with the input and with the efforts of all the stakeholders across the country. I thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zakir Sayed, for talking about the very logic of constituting an AI policy. Now I'm going to invite Dr. Mehreen Afzal, Executive Director, NCERT, for the technical presentation. Ma'am, please.
जी मैं कर देती हूँ अच्छा करते हैं फिर आप अस्सलाम वालेकुम। ये मेरे डिस्कशन पॉइंट्स हैं और आप लोग देख सकते हैं कि ये उससे मुख्तलिफ नहीं है जो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले सब लोग बात कर रहे थे। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि मैं भी वही बात करने वाली हूँ जो पहले लोग कर चुके हैं। तो आप चाहें तो कुछ देर सो सकते हैं 10 मिनट्स के लिए, और फिर उसके बाद हम कंटिन्यू, बाकी की बात जो है वो कंटिन्यू होगी। क्योंकि बहुत जल्द ऐसा होगा कि इंसानों की जरूरत ही नहीं रहेगी, हम मशीनें ही आपस में बातचीत किया करेंगी। हम यही सुन रहे हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है वो ह्यूमंस को बहुत जल्दी रिप्लेस कर देगी, और बहुत जल्द हो सकता है मेरी भी यहाँ आके खड़े होने की जरूरत ना पड़े और कोई बहुत अच्छा स्मार्ट लुकिंग कोई लड़की या लड़का आपको ये लेक्चर डिलीवर करे तो यू कैन एंजॉय इट इवन मोर। ठीक है ना? तो बहरहाल چونکہ یہ بہت ساری باتیں جو میں بھی تیار کر کے آئی تھی وہ وہی ہیں جو کہ آلریڈی ہو رہی ہیں، تو اس لیے میں اپنی جو بات چیت ہے اس کا ڈائریکشن تھوڑا سا چینج کرتی ہوں، اور میرا فوکس جو ہے وہ زیادہ سائبر سیکیورٹی پر ہوگا. بٹ بفور گوئنگ ٹو دیٹ، آپ لوگوں کا کیا خیال ہے کہ کیا ہیومنز ریپلیس ہو جائیں گے اے آئی کے ساتھ؟ کتنے لوگ کہتے ہو جائیں گے؟ انسانوں کی ضرورت نہیں رہے گی کچھ عرصے میں؟ بہت کم لوگوں کا خیال ہے کہ نہیں رہے گی، اور میرا بھی یہ خیال ہے کہ انسانوں کی ضرورت ہمیشہ رہے گی، اور مشینیں مشینیں ہوتی ہیں، انسان انسان ہوتے ہیں. اچھا جی، تو اب ہم بات کرتے ہیں سائبر سیکیورٹی کی، اور اس بات کی کہ سائبر سیکیورٹی کے ساتھ کیسے آپ کا جو آرٹیفیشل انٹیلیجنس ہے وہ مل کر کیا کر سکتا ہے، اور اس کی پوٹینشیل کو کیسے انکریز کر سکتا ہے. اور obviously ہم اس کو ایسے ہی دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ جیسے کوئی کیٹلسٹ ہے، کسی بھی کیمیکل پروسیس کے اندر جب ایک کیٹلسٹ آ جاتا ہے تو وہ پروسیس جو ہے وہ بہتر ہو جاتا ہے، تیز ہو جاتا ہے. پروسیس آلریڈی ایگزسٹ کر رہا ہوتا ہے اور اس کی کیمسٹری پوری ہونی چاہیے، اس کے جو کیمیکل کمپوننٹس ہیں وہ پورے ہونے چاہیے، تبھی آپ کے پاس وہ جو اے آئی کا یا جو بھی آپ کیٹلسٹ ڈال رہے ہوتے ہیں اس کا کوئی نہ کوئی رول ہوتا ہے. تو اے آئی بالکل سائبر سیکیورٹی کے لیے کیٹلسٹ کا کام کر رہی ہے، چاہے وہ ڈیفense سائڈ ہو یا چاہے وہ اوفینس سائڈ ہو. یہ انٹرسٹنگ چیز ہے، اور انٹرسٹنگ اس لحاظ سے بھی ہے کہ سائبر سیکیورٹی جسے جب ہم اسٹریٹجیکلی اور نیشنل لیول پر یا اس طرح سے جب ہم اس کو دیکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں تو موسٹلی یا جسے ہم ایک اس میں سائبر وارفیئر کی ٹرمینالوجیز میں جب ہم لے جاتے ہیں تو یہ ہمیشہ ایک آرمز ریس ہی رہی ہے. یعنی کبھی ایسے نہیں ہوتا کہ جب آپ کے پاس ڈیفenس کے لیے بہت زیادہ کام ہو رہا ہو تو اوفینسو سائڈ یعنی جو اٹیک سائڈ ہے اس کے اوپر کام نہ ہو رہا ہو. تو یہ ہمیشہ دونوں پیرالل میں بڑی کمپیٹنگ حالت میں چل رہے ہوتے ہیں. تو اب اگر جب ہم اے آئی کو دیکھتے ہیں تو ہمیں یہی پتا چلتا ہے کہ یہ اگین سائبر کی ڈیفenس ہو یا اوفینس ہو، اٹیک سائڈ ہو یا آپ کی جو اس کی پروٹیکشن والی سائڈ ہے، ان دونوں سائڈس پر بہت زیادہ امپورٹنٹ رول پلے کر رہا ہے. اور ہم نمبر آف اس کے اندر ریسرچز اور نمبر آف ورکس جو ہیں وہ دیکھ رہے ہیں. تو obviously جو ہم یہ کہتے ہیں کہ بھی اس کے اوپر کیوں یعنی سائبر سیکیورٹی نے کیوں اس سے اتنا زیادہ فائدہ لینا ہے، تو obviously چونکہ اس نے کیا کر دینا ہے، اس نے آپ کا جو ٹائم ہے وہ ریڈیوس کر دینا ہے. ہیومن انالیسز جو کہ آپ کا ٹائم لمیٹڈ بھی ہے، تھک بھی جاتا ہے، جب وہ آپ نے اسے مشین کے اوپر ڈال دیا اور آپ نے اس طرح سے اس کی انٹیلیجنس کو استعمال کرے کہ وہ کنٹریبیوٹ کر رہا ہے ٹورڈز دا جو کانسیپٹ انسان نے بنایا، لیکن اس کو وہ اس مشین چونکہ کر رہی ہے تو وہ obviously وہ اس سے بہت زیادہ بہتر طریقے سے شاید کر رہی ہوگی. جیسے ایک عام اگر آپ کہیں کہ پہلے ہم ہاتھ سے حساب کر رہے تھے اور پھر ایک اچانک آپ کے ہاتھ میں کمپیوٹنگ مشین آ جائے یا کوئی کمپیوٹر آ جائے یا کیلکولیٹر آ جائے، تو بالکل اسی طرح سے آپ کے پاس ایک اے آئی انہینسڈ جو ٹولز ہیں وہ ہمارے پاس سائبر میں اس وقت جو ہیں وہ کام کریں. تو اگر ہم جنرلی دیکھیں کہ کون سی طرح کے سولوشنز ہیں جو کہ اس وقت اے آئی بیسڈ مارکیٹ میں اویلیبل ہیں، بے شمار اس کے اوپر ریسرچ ہو رہی ہے، بے شمار اس کے اوپر کام ہو رہے ہیں. تو یعنی فار دوز جو کہ اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں اور جو کہ ریسرچ بھی آگے دیکھ رہے ہیں، تو اس میں تو میرا خیال ہے کہ کوئی میرے کہنے کی یا کسی کے بھی کہنے کی کوئی ضرورت ہی نہیں ہے کہ لاٹ آف پوٹینشیل یعنی بے تحاشا کام ہے جو کہ ہو رہا ہے اور بے تحاشا کام ہے جو کہ ہو سکتا ہے. یعنی اسکائی از دا لمٹ. آپ امیجن کریں گے کہ کیا کیا اس کے اندر پاسبلٹی ہے اور آپ دیکھیں گے کہ کل کو وہ اس کے اوپر جو ہے وہ اسٹارٹ ہو رہے ہوں گے. تو بے شمار ٹولز آپ کو اویلیبل ہیں اس وقت مارکیٹ میں بھی، چاہے وہ آپ کے اینڈ پوائنٹ سیکیورٹی یعنی ان سمپل سا جو کہ آپ کے کمپیوٹر کے اوپر ایک اینٹی مالویئر ٹائپ کا سولوشن ہوتا ہے یا اینڈ پوائنٹ سیکیورٹی جو آپ کو دے رہا ہوتا ہے، ادھر سے لے کر آپ کے جیسے جو ڈسیپشن ٹیکنالوجیز ہیں جو کہ لائک ہنی پاٹس وغیرہ بنائے جاتے ہیں، یا آپ کے نیٹ ورک کی انالیسز ہے، یا آپ کا جو ہے وہ انسائڈر تھریٹ کی جو وہ ڈیٹیکشن ہے، وہ ان سب کے اندر بے تحاشا اے آئی اور مشین لرننگ کے الگوریتھمز استعمال ہو رہے ہیں. اور اس وقت یہ بہت ایون یہ جو ٹولز ہیں یہ آپ کو مارکیٹ میں بھی بے شمار ملتے ہیں. اور بلکہ کبھی کبھی تو ایسے لگتا ہے کہ جیسے مارکیٹ بھی یعنی اوور کلیم کر رہی ہوتی ہے. جو آتا ہے وینڈر آ کے سب سے پہلے کہتا ہے کہ جی میرا سولوشن جو ہے وہ نا اے آئی کے اوپر بیسڈ ہے، بھلے اس نے اے آئی اس میں لگائی ہو یا نہ لگائی ہو. تو یہ نمک کی طرح ہر لوگ جو ہے وہ اس کے اندر وہ کہہ رہے ہوتے ہیں کہ ہاں جی یہ اس کے اندر موجود ہے. تو بہرحال پوائنٹ یہ کہ یس اٹ از یوزفل اور بہت ساری اس کے اندر یہ استعمال ہو رہی ہے. تو آپ لوگوں کے لیے بھی جو اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں جو آگے ریسرچ کریں ان کے لیے یو کین فائنڈ مینی تھنگس ٹو ڈو ان دس ڈائریکشن. اچھا اب لیکن جیسے میں نے پہلے کہا تھا کہ ایک طرف تو یہ ڈیفینس کے لیے بہت زیادہ یوزفل، یعنی آپ جو آپ کے سولوشنس تھے جو کہ اچھا کام کر رہے تھے، سائبر کے سولوشنس نیٹ ورک سیکیورٹی کے تھے یا آپ کے اینڈ پوائنٹ کے تھے یا آپ کے اوور آل انفراسٹرکچر کے لیے تھے، وہ اچھا کام کر رہے تھے. لیکن جب وہ اے آئی انہینسڈ ہوئے تو obviously ان کی پرفارمنس اور ان کی جو ورکنگ ہے وہ بہت بہتر ہو گئی. لیکن پیرالل میں جیسے میں نے کہا کہ اوفینسو سائڈ پر بھی یہ والی ٹیکنالوجی جو ہے وہ اتنی ہی تیزی سے استعمال ہو رہی ہے اور بہت زیادہ آپ اس میں امپروومنٹ اور اس میں بہت زیادہ اس میں کام جو ہے وہ لوگوں کا دیکھ سکتے ہیں. ایک بہت انٹرسٹنگ مجھے یہ ملا، میں اسکپ کر رہی ہوں بیکاز شی از سیئنگ کہ ٹائم کافی کم ہے. بہت انٹرسٹنگ یہ مجھے ایک ملی، کچھ میرا خیال ہے اٹس ناٹ ویری اولڈ، کچھ مہینے پرانی ہے، جس میں کہ آپ دیکھ سکتے ہیں کہ ایک ریسرچ ہے جس میں کسی نے کہا ہے کہ اے آئی کین آئیڈینٹیفائی پاسورڈز بائی ساؤنڈ آف کیز بینگ پریسڈ. یعنی ایک طرف جب آپ اور یہ انہوں نے کس کے اوپر کیا تھا، زوم کے اوپر یہ ساری ریسرچ کی تھی کچھ ریسرچرز نے، کہ جب آپ اس کے اوپر کچھ پاسورڈ ڈال رہے ہوتے ہیں تو جو کی اسٹروکس ہیں وہ اس نے بہت سارا، ظاہر ہے کہ آپ کو پتا ہے اے آئی کا کام کیسے ہوتا ہے کہ وہ اس کو ٹرین کرتا ہے اپنے کچھ اور پھر اس کے بعد اس سے وہ پریڈکشنز کر رہا ہوتا ہے. تو پاسورڈ جو ہے وہ آپ کا اے آئی کی زور پہ پاسورڈ نکالنا، اس نے کہا کہ پتہ نہیں کتنی زیادہ ایکوریسی کے ساتھ وہ اس نے فائنڈ آؤٹ کر لیا. سو ناؤ یہاں پر آپ دیکھ سکتے ہیں کہ یعنی اٹ مینس کہ جہاں پر اس نے پروٹیکشن کے لیے آپ کو ہیلپ کیا وہیں پر ہی اس نے آپ کی چیزوں کو بریک کرنے میں بھی اتنا ہی زیادہ یوزفل یہ ہے. اور ظاہر ہے کہ جب ہم بریک کرنے کی طرف آتے ہیں تو ظاہر ہے عام جو ہم لوگ ہوتے ہیں ہم تو اس سے ڈرتے ہیں نا، ہم کہتے ہیں کہ اوہو یہ بھی بریک ہو جائے گا، ہمارے پاسورڈز بھی بریک ہو جائیں گے، ہمارا یہ جو بھی ہم ڈیفینس لگا رہے ہوں گے اس کے اگینسٹ جو ہے وہ کام جو ہے وہ زیادہ ہونا شروع ہو جائے گا. تو دس از نارمل. جیسے میں نے پہلے کہا تھا کہ یہ ہمیشہ ایسے ہی ہوتا ہے کہ جو بھی ٹیکنالوجی آتی ہے وہ دونوں سائڈس کو ہی اسٹرانگ کر رہی ہوتی ہے، کیونکہ اگر صرف ڈیفینس کو اسٹرانگ کر رہی ہو تو ویسے ہی اس کا پھر کوئی فائدہ نہیں رہتا، کیونکہ ایک حد تک آ کر اس میں کام ہونا بند ہو جاتا ہے. جب تک آپ کا جو اٹیک والی سائڈ ہے وہ بھی اتنی ہی اسٹرانگلی ایمرج نہیں کر رہی ہوتی، اتنی اسٹرانگلی جو ہے وہ اس کے اندر کام نہیں ہو رہا ہوتا. تو یہ ایک بڑی انٹرسٹنگ مجھے لگی، جس میں کہ یعنی وی کین ناٹ امیجن کہ آپ کا جو کی اسٹروکس سے ہے دوسرے اینڈ پہ بیٹھے ہوئے وہ آپ پاسورڈ جو ہیں وہ اس میں سے نکال لیں. اچھا اب بات ہوتی ہے، ظاہر ہے ہم ایک طرف یہ ہم کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ جی ایتھکس کے ساتھ ہم جو بھی کام کریں ہم ایتھکس کے ساتھ اگر ہم اپنی نئی ٹیکنالوجیز کو یا نئی ریسرچ جو ہے نئی چیزوں کو استعمال کر رہے ہوں تو وہ ایک ظاہر ہمارے فائدے میں ہوتی ہے. بٹ obviously ایتھکس بس اتنی ہی ہے ہماری کہ ہم ایک دوسرے کو کہہ دیتے ہیں کہ ایتھکس کے ساتھ کام کرنا چاہیے، ورنہ جب تک کوئی قانون یا جب تک کوئی اس کے اوپر کوئی ایسی بائنڈنگ نہیں ہوتی اس وقت تک اس کا غلط استعمال جو ہے وہ ہمیشہ ممکن ہوتا ہے. جیسے اگر آپ ایون سائبر میں دیکھیں تو ایوری ڈے وی ہیئر آف سم اٹیک، کہیں پہ کوئی ویب سائٹ بیٹھ گئی، کسی کا پاسورڈ ہیک ہو گیا، کسی کا کچھ ہو گیا. ابھی تو کل ایک انسیڈنٹ ہوا ہے جو فیس بک وغیرہ ڈاؤن ہو گئے تھے. تو دا پوائنٹ از کہ ایتھکس کچھ نہیں ہوتی. ایتھکس جو ہیں وہ میں یہ نہیں کہنا چاہتی کہ ایتھکس کچھ نہیں ہوتی. دا پوائنٹ از کہ اس ٹیکنالوجی کے استعمال کے اندر لوگ ایتھکس کا خود سے خیال رکھنا از کوائٹ لائک، یعنی کہ ہمیں بہت ہی کوئی ہم اوورلی کسی کو کہہ رہے ہوں گے کہ وہ ایسا کرے گا. جب تک کہ آپ کے پاس کوئی ایسی لیگل نہیں اسٹرکچرنگ ہوگی کہ جس کے اندر آپ نے کسی چیز کو غلط استعمال جو ہے وہ کسی طرح سے آپ کو پکڑے نا، اس وقت تک یہ جیسے اگر آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ سائبر میں بھی جب یہ نہیں تھی اس کے اگینسٹ لاز نہیں بنے تھے تو لوگ اس کے بہت سارا استعمال کرتے تھے. لیکن یہ میں نے اسی لیے کچھ سلائیڈز لگائی ہیں کہ جس میں کہ آپ کے پاس چارج ہوا باقاعدہ کچھ لوگوں کے اوپر کہ ہاں جی انہوں نے رینسم ویئر اگر اٹیک کیا تھا اور پھر انہوں نے ان لوگوں کو پکڑ لیا تو پھر اس کے اوپر باقاعدہ کرمنل چارجز ہوئے. تو اگر وہ کوئی رینسم ویئر اٹیک کرتا ہے یا کوئی کسی کی ویب سائٹ کو ڈاؤن کر دیتا ہے یا کوئی اس طرح کا کسی کے پاسورڈ ہیک کرتا ہے اور اس کو غلط استعمال کرتا ہے اور اس کے اوپر کوئی آپ کے پاس لیگل اسٹرکچر نہیں ہے کہ جو کہ اس کو کنٹرول کر سکے تو ایتھکس آر ناٹ گڈ انف. مطلب ادروائز ہم سب کو ہی پتا ہے کہ کسی کا پاسورڈ نہیں چرانا چاہیے, لیکن لوگ کرتے ہیں اور کرتے رہیں گے جب تک کہ آپ کے پاس لیگل اسٹرکچر نہ ہو. تو لائک وائز جب ہم اے آئی کا استعمال کرنے لگیں تو اے آئی کے اندر کے استعمال کے اندر بھی یہی چیز بالکل ٹرو ہے کہ جب تک آپ کے پاس کوئی لیگل اسٹرکچر نہیں ہوگا یا آپ کے پاس کوئی اچھی کوئی اسٹینڈرڈز اور اچھے پالیسیز اور یہ سب کچھ ایگزسٹ نہیں کر رہے ہوں گے, تو اس وقت تک آپ اس کے اندر جو مسائل ہیں یا اس کے اندر جو اس کا مس یوز ہے کہیں نہ کہیں وہ ممکن ہوگا. اچھا لگا مجھے سن کے کہ پاکستان میں بھی اس کے اوپر کچھ ایفرٹس ہو رہی ہیں اور ہونی چاہیے. اس کے اندر جو ایک امپورٹنٹ چیز ہے, باقی تو یعنی اے آئی کے استعمال کے اندر اور سائبر کے اندر اور یہ والے جو بھی آپ کا لیگل اسٹرکچر ہے یہ ایک چیز ہے. ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ ایسپیکٹ جو ہے وہ ڈیٹا پرائیویسی کا ہے, بیکاز ڈیٹا اس کے اندر استعمال یعنی کہ آپ کا جتنے بھی اے آئی ٹیکنالوجی ہے وہ ڈیٹا ہنگری ہے. اٹ نیڈز ڈیٹا, وہ ڈیٹا کلیکٹ کرتی ہے, وہ ڈیٹا لیتی ہے, ڈیٹا کو استعمال کرتی ہے, پروسیس کرتی ہے اور اسٹور کرتی ہے. جب وہ یہ سب کچھ کر رہی ہوتی ہے تو کہیں نہ کہیں ڈیٹا کے لیکیج کے بھی امکانات ہوتے ہیں. تو ڈیٹا پرائیویسی اس کے اندر ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ ایسپیکٹ ہے, اور یقیناً جہاں پر ڈیٹا پروٹیکشن اور ڈیٹا پرائیویسی کے باقاعدہ ریگولیشنز موجود ہیں وہاں پر پھر اے آئی جب استعمال کر رہی ہے اس ڈیٹا کو تو وہ ان باتوں کا بھی خیال رکھ رہی ہے. لیکن جہاں پر ڈیٹا پروٹیکشن کا آپ کے پاس نظام موجود نہیں ہے وہاں پر پھر یہ والا مس یوز جو ہے یہ بھی ایک ظاہر ہے کہ پاسبل ہے. تو دیٹ از مینلی میرے جو پوائنٹس تھے وہ یہی تھے. ایک بات ہم بہت اچھی طرح ہمیں سمجھ آنی چاہیے, ہمیں ڈر لگے کہ ہیومنس کو ریپلیس کر دے گا یا ہمیں لگے کہ نہیں کرے گا, وٹ ایور وی تھنک اے آئی از ہیئر اینڈ اٹ از ہیئر ٹو اسٹے. اے آئی آ گئی ہے اور اس نے بہت ساری چیزوں کو بہت زیادہ ریولیوشنائز کرنا ہے. وی ہیو ٹو اڈیپٹ ود اٹ. مطلب ہمیں اس کو ریورس کرنے کی کوئی خواہش بھی نہیں ہے, ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ ہم اس کو اڈاپٹ کریں, ہم اس سے میکسیمم فائدہ اٹھائیں صرف. لیکن اس کے اندر یہ ہے کہ ہمیں ریگولرائز کر لینی چاہیے چیزیں تاکہ کہیں پر ہمیں اس کا جب مطلب بہت تیز بھاگ رہے ہوں اور استعمال کرنے کے لیے کسی چیز کو اور اس کے پیچھے ہم اس ٹیکنالوجی کے پیچھے بھاگ رہے ہوں تو کبھی کبھی اس کے پھر نقصانات زیادہ ہونے شروع ہو جاتے ہیں. تو اگر ریگولرائز وے میں کر رہے ہوں گے تو اٹ ول بی بیٹر. سو تھینک یو ویری مچ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ms. Marine Afzal, for your comprehensive views concerning AI and cybersecurity nexus. Now I would like to move on and invite Dr. Kashif Nasir Qureshi, who is Associate Professor at the University of Limerick, Ireland, and he's joining us virtually. Dr. Kashif, welcome to the symposium. And may I please request, in the interest of time, if the presentation can be limited to 10 minutes, because we have another speaker lined up after you. Over to you, Dr. Kashif.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me properly? Yes.
Dr. Kashif, you may please share the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, so
Dr. Kashif,
yes.
We cannot hear you.
Yes, now you can hear me now.
Dr. Kashif, you're not audible.
Yes.
I mean, if you can increase the volume of the speaker.
So I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, all settings are okay at my side. So I think the problem is at your end. Can you
Yes,
hear
we can
me
hear
properly?
you.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Please
Good
proceed.
morning. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me here to share my experience related to AI and the cyber security. So, yeah, I'm here in Ireland and working in the cyber skill project, and this is one of the Pillar 3 initiative from the Ireland that how to secure their all the digital systems. And let me explore. Okay, the recent data. So the question is that why we need the information security. My presentation is very simple. It's for the common man to understand the AI and the cyber security impact on our systems and which type of challenges which we have, okay, and how we will protect these all the challenges and our systems by using the advanced technologies. So this graph is showing that a total around 5 billion people around the world were using the internet at the start of the 2024, and which is equivalent to 66% of the world total population. So it's mean that everyone is connected with the internet and they have devices. And according to one report, so now we have the 1 and 25 ratio. What it's mean, the one user and 25 devices. We have smart watches, we have smart wearables, smart appliances. Our homes are smart. We have devices, laptops, mobile phones. So almost everyone is connected with the internet. So the internet uses continue to grow too, with the latest data indicating that the world connected population grow by 97 million users in the 12 month, okay, in January 2024. This is the data. So in today's digital age, the cyber security is very important because everyone is connected with the internet, and almost we are average spending 6 to 7 hours on the internet by using the social media activities, by using the internet and browsing the different types of informations, okay, by using these all the systems. So the most popular internet and the mobile activities which we are doing, and then I will explore you. So where are the vulnerabilities and why we need the security mechanisms and the security systems, okay, for the privacy and to secure our systems as well, okay. For example, we are sending the emails, okay, we are searching on the search engine, finding the information, navigation applications we are using, okay, we are researching, okay, about the products or the services, like for example, check the weathers, and for the healthcare and the medical information, we need always, okay. And for the news, yeah, of course, news is the one of the, the source which we are getting from the internet. So this is another debate, okay, authenticity of those information and those things, okay. So I'm not exploring that area. So I'm just, my focus is on only on the cyber security, okay, and the AI. So according to few reports, the Pakistan is on 47 number, the most attacked country. And another report is showing that the Pakistan is the weakest, okay, country, and the number of the Pakistan is on 25. So it's mean these are the indicators, okay, which are showing us that we need a very strong cyber security systems to protect our all the system and the mechanism. Everything is online, although the systems are not connected, systems are not integrated with each other. So that's why somehow our systems are just independent entities now. But when in the future all the systems are connected together, so when the situation will be very worst, okay. So this is few indicators and the data in front of you that the FIA cybercrime wing registered around 84,000 cases in 2020. So this is one of the indicator, okay, which is showing that how many cyber crimes and these types of things, okay, are working and have been working in the Pakistan. So which type of challenges we have, okay. Challenges for the Pakistan cybersecurity landscape, like for example, we have increasing cyber threats because the Pakistan faces a growing number of cyber attacks targeting the critical infrastructure, financial institutions, and the government agencies as well. Okay, so the attacks are evolving, and because the cyber criminals, they are developing sophisticated techniques, making traditional security measures, and which are less effective. Skill shortage, yeah, this is one of the main, we can say, the challenge for the Pakistan, because we need a pool of cybersecurity professionals, okay, to address these complex threats and these challenges which we have. So the Pakistan digital landscape is expanding rapidly, so making it a prime target for the cyber attacks. Okay, so the common cyber attacks which we have, like attacks on the financial institution, financial frauds are there, the hacking is there. Okay, and the mostly the hackers, they are not doing these all the stuff for the money. We have the geeks as well. Okay, they are disturbing the systems. We have the cyber defamation as well, and the other cyber attacks and the other cyber threats we have. Okay, so let me explore data monitoring and the leakage examples. Okay, so these are the few things in front of you. For example, everyone is using the email account. So your all the information which you are sending and receiving, that is stored in the permanent servers, in the permanent databases. Okay, so it's mean if you will sending anything to anyone, that is stored in the permanent servers. So where's the privacy? The google.com, you are using the google.com and the navigation application. Okay, so the google.com has everything about your IP addresses and your location address, your coordinates, all the things are saved permanently there. Antiviruses, we are using the antiviruses. When there's any update, you are sending all your system configuration to those companies. Microsoft Windows operating systems, if we are using the Microsoft Windows operating system, so when we will get the error message in that, so we are just reporting to the Microsoft. So it's mean we are sending our complete list of configuration about your system to the Microsoft. So where's the privacy? Where's the security? Internet, every single move is being watched. It's being monitored. Camfacting, this is nowadays it's very common. Okay, it is the process where the hackers, they will turn on your camera without your permission, even though there is no indication that your camera is on. Okay, so this is alarming situation for everyone. And then we have the Android phones. The Google is tracking all your locations, your history, your data, even though you will just find and go there and you will find all your previous last year record there. Okay, so where's the privacy? Where's the security? So these are the few things, okay, which in front of you. And then we have spoofing email attacks. Okay, we are receiving a lot of links through emails. Okay, and where we are just in trouble when we are clicking on these links. So almost the hackers, they are making the same websites, okay, the bank websites, okay, they are sharing with us by using the different links. SMF spoofing, these types of companies are working on the internet, okay. So you will just add any one number there in that website, and then you can send any message, okay, from anyone. So the mobile phone spoofing is there, okay. There are a lot of applications are available, okay, and these applications are installed on the mobile phones, okay, and even though there is no notification, there is no indication, no icon is there, okay, so that is spying your all the activities inside in
Excuse me,
your
Dr.
mobile
Saab.
phone.
Dr. Saab, just 1 minute.
Okay. So the opportunities, AI for enhanced security, how we are using the AI, okay, after these all the threats. So definitely the AI can analyze the vast amount of data to identify anomalies and suspicious activities, and enabling proactive threat detection and prevention. For the incident response, AI-powered system can automate incident response processes, and also AI are useful for predicting the analytics as well, okay. So the challenges which we have, data security and the privacy is one of the challenge, okay, and the policies and the bias and these types of things, we have the lack of expertise and the resources we have, okay, we need to develop our resources and expertise, and we need to make a workforce, okay, to tackle all the challenges which we are facing. Okay, so there's a need. These are some recommendation, okay, that we need to invest in the AI research and the development area. We need to develop a data governance framework. Okay, we need to promote the collaboration as well. Okay, and this is very important because we are using a very advanced systems here. Okay, so there's the need to make the proper collaboration with other countries as well. So how to protect your data? Definitely, we need very strong intrusion detection and the prevention systems. We need to make our own database because we are relying on the third-party tools. Okay, we need to make our own database because the nature of the attacks are different as compared to other databases. Okay, so this is
Thank
the
you,
only
Doctor.
solution. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much from my side. Yeah, thank you. The time is
Apologies
short.
for interrupting you,
Actually,
but
yeah,
I think
yeah,
we are running
yeah.
short of time.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
okay,
Your
okay.
presentation is with us, and we'll share it with the audience if it
Okay.
is required. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Dr. Freeha, she has a commitment and has a meeting with World Bank, and she has to leave because we started it a little bit late. So she has a commitment. So apologies from her side. Okay, so we have Dr. Muhammad Mukarram Khan Sahab. He is the Director General PTA. So last but not the least, sir, if I may request you, please come to the rostrum and share your thoughts as well as conclude the overall discussion, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Thank you very much, worthy speakers, the chair, and the august audience. It has been very insightful and lovely listening to the thought, and everything I had to say has been covered. So I would cut it short by stating what we are doing in PTA basically using the AI and cybersecurity. I'm dealing with the cybersecurity and internet governance. So in the PTA, and we are making use of AI, Alhamdulillah, like others. So I would say some challenges basically when it comes to the AI. I'm also a student of AI. My PhD is also in AI, and I have been working with this for last about 20 years. So when it comes to cybersecurity, there are certain threats, challenges, which are posed by the use of AI. You must have heard Chat GPT, but there are other versions of malicious GPT like Threat GPT and Hack GPT and something like this, with which a simple script kiddie, a high school student can make use of those scripts, and he can hack into somewhat moderate to sophisticated system. Even your mobile phones can be compromised with the help of this. Same way, when we talk of the AI, we talk about the data, too much of data. And that data is always at the verge of the hackers who can get into that, steal your data, and publish it for their malicious uses. And same way, AI, when it comes to the prediction, it uses the data and biases and certain other thing algorithms. So any hacker can get into the system. He can change the bias, or he can infringe your data, and you can draw wrong conclusions because of that. So these are certain threats which we are facing when it comes to the AI from the cyber security perspective. But at the same time, it is providing so many opportunities in improving the cyber security internationally. For example, Dr. Mehreen talked about the SIEM. So now we are talking about the next generation SOC, Security Operations Center, where analyzing various, millions of logs, millions of event in fraction of second is not possible for any human being or a team of humans. But with the help of AI, you can get the pinpoint data which is of your interest. So, say for example, in military, we make use of the AI. For example, there's a cruise of a drone, and there's a video of 1 hour, but in that only 10 seconds it is important. So with the help of computer vision and AI, we can make use of that. And similarly, we in PTA, we are making use of this. Say for recently, you must have seen many banking thefts, many banking frauds. Many people have been victim of this. People using the gray SIM. So you must have heard of gray SIM. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, it is getting popular. Getting the SIM on somebody else's name, and how these are being being acquired. It is because of the wrong thumb impression by silicon thumbs or something like this, and people are using those. And one SIM, you can buy it for a few thousand rupees, and there are complete mafia groups who are working with this. They are providing these SIMs to the fraudulent people, and with the help of those, they are creating accounts on WhatsApp and other social media accounts, and they are making you calls, pretending to be some of your son, some of your friend, and getting the money out. So PTA, we are using big data analysis. We are finding the trends, predicting people, and finding their location. And then with the help of FIA, we are getting hold of those people. So the big data analysis is a very useful thing. And with the help of this thing is being contained tremendously. Similarly, we have introduced in PTA multi-finger authentication. So it is basically to protect against that fraud. It is very easy to infringe one thumb, but when you have to present two or three out of your 10 fingers, then it becomes difficult. We cannot stop it, but we can make it difficult. So this is one thing where we are using the AI to make use of to improve the cybersecurity in Pakistan. Then we have used it in the web management system. So we have a record of what the data coming to Pakistan, and what we can't get into the PIIs, personal identifiable information, but we can get the data about the traffic, which kind of social media people are seeing, and something like this. So two of my users, Dr. Yawar and Mudassar Saab, we have developed applications on that system making use of that system, and we have provided the insightful information to the telecom operators so that they can align their businesses according to the usage or the trend, what the people are looking for or what they're trying to access, and they can devise the strategies to provide the packages accordingly. So something like this. And along with that, yes, ISO has introduced a new regulation standard which is dealing with the ethics of AI and certain regulations on that. So PTA we have just issued a cybersecurity strategy for 23-28. We have talked about it a bit, but now we are going to improve it every year, and we are going to introduce the ills of the AI, how we can eradicate with the help of that strategy. So inshallah, next year, if you are following the cybersecurity strategy of PTA, the next version which is going to come up, a revised version the next year, we're going to tackle the AI challenges and how we can look into this. So certain way forward, I believe we need to do at the national level. For example, data protection bill. It is long awaited for last about 10 years. It is in the cabinet and MOIT. So we need to have this effective in Pakistan, because without this, there are no teeth with the FIA or with the government organization to guard against the data breaches or the wrong uses of AI. And similarly, Zakir Saab has talked about the AI policy. It is need of the time. We need to define the ethics, rules, and data sharing mechanism when it comes to the AI, because without data, we cannot make use of AI. But, unread, openness to the AI would bring in so many ills into this. We need to regulate it. We need to guard against those ills. Then we need to have the National Cybersecurity Authority, though the cybersecurity policy talks about it, but I think we need to have a centralized body where it can synergize the efforts of all the organizations. For example, National CERT, they are doing at their own. PTA is working in isolation, and there are so many other organizations who are working to improve the cybersecurity of their own sector or department. But I think at national level, we need to synergize all these initiatives and efforts. And along with that, when this body is going to be there, we can have devised many regulations for the effective use of AI and for protecting the data which are the basis of these AI. So at the end, I would conclude by saying that where there is a will, there is a way. So I would quote the example of Israel. So Netanyahu, he said in 2013 that Israel is going to be superpower of AI and cybersecurity in 5 years. And they did it. In 2018, they were the real superpower of cybersecurity. Nowadays, all the big companies, the 500 Fortune companies of the world, they have their R&D centers in Tel Aviv or in Israel. Second example is of Iran after the Stuxnet attack on their nuclear centrifuge plant. They made a resolve that they are going to be a leading country in cybersecurity, and they did it in 5 years or so, and they posed real threat to Israel and America. And the third example is our neighbor India. They have also worked on this and they have really materialized it. And fourth example is of North Korea. Despite all the sanctions on them, they are a real cybersecurity threat in the world, and they have made millions of dollars with the help of ransomware and other things, and they are getting the anything they can buy with the help of bitcoins and cryptocurrency from the world, and that country is surviving, and it is because thanks to those cyber their attackers. So with this, I would say we India and Pakistan, we are enemies, and you must have seen on every national day, our websites are down. On their national day, their websites are down. Sometimes our data is breached by Indian hackers, and sometimes Pakistani hackers are successful in breaching their data. It is a great challenge, but I would tell you it is a great opportunity. With the passage of time, the two countries are improving vertically in the cybersecurity domain. So I think it is a blessing to have a good enemy, and we should make use of it. And we should, we need to strengthen it. We need to take this, embrace this challenge, and make a strategy like Israel, Iran, Korea, or India, that we are going to be a superpower in cybersecurity. And if we have a resolve, we have a clear direction, and we have a determination, I'm positive that in 5 years we can do what Israel has done, we can do what Iran has done, we can do what Korea has done. So I end with this. Thank you very much. Very great.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful ideas and thoughts and sharing the realities of the globe regarding AI and cybersecurity. So the first session is ended here. Let me thanks to the Honorable Chair of the session, Professor Dr. Hajra Ahmed, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, for her valuable opening remarks. Thanks to Brigadier Mohammad Yasin, sir, for holding all this show and for the welcome remarks. Dr. Mukarram Saab, thank you so much for being with us. Dr. Faisal Nawaz Janjua Saab, sir, we are really honored that you're with us. Zakir Saeed Saab for sharing the draft policy. Dr. Mahreen, thank you so much for being with us. And last but not the least, Dr. Kashif Nasir Qureshi Saab from Ireland. you joined us and shared your thought. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's have a quick break of 10 minutes for refreshment and tea. Students, you are requested to go to the communication department, and your colleague will be helping you, guide you to go there, and the distinguished panelists and valuable guests. So you may please proceed for the tea in the committee room of the AIU. Mr. Ahmed Isar will guide you. So we'll be back sharp in 15 minutes. Next session is very important, where probably the minister is expected to join us for the next session. So thank you very much. cybersecurity. And if I may request to Professor Dr. Nasir Mahmood, Vice Chancellor, Allama Iqbal Open University, to join the stage as chair. Dr. Abid Prem Suleri, Executive Director, Sustainable Development Policy Institute. Sir, please come on the stage. Mr. Aslam Hayat, Senior Policy Fellow. Mr. Mudassar Hussain, Vice President, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, Jazz Bobbling. Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz, Chairman NCAI NUST. And Brigadier Retired Muhammad Yasin, Senior Advisor Emeritus, Sustainable Development Policy Institute. So please join the stage. Thank you so much. Sir, with your permission, should we proceed further? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that the topic is very important, but we are running short of time. We have consumed a little bit more time in the first session. So without any further delay, if I may request Professor Dr. Nasir Mahmood, the Vice Chancellor, Allama Iqbal Open University, to come to the podium and say opening remarks. Dr. Nasir Mahmood, please welcome Dr. Nasir Mahmood.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's my really immense pleasure to welcome all of you and the guests over here for joining us today here at Allama Iqbal Open University, and we're thankful to STPI, particularly for our long-standing partnership in our academic activities. And in the continuation of all that, we also organized jointly this seminar, which I feel is one of the very important topics on which you have one session already on it, and we'll be talking about it through our different speakers in this session as well. I'm looking forward to have a very vibrant conversation among us, and a kind of awareness of our students, faculty, and other participants on very important issues like that. So I'm particularly thankful to Ji. Aslam Hayat Sahib is sitting with us, I suppose. If, he's here with us as a senior policy fellow. They all, I was looking at the names here, Mudassar Hussain Saab Ji, Yasser Ayaz Saab, Abid Suleri Saab as always Ji with us, having a very different perspectives on the issue and have a long-standing experience behind them of working in this field. So this will make our discussions quite enriched. I welcome all of you again to this main campus of Allama Iqbal Open University. I'll just take few minutes of yours for our guests from outside to introduce our university to them so that they can have an understanding of the landscape in which we are working. University was established in 1974, and this was the first open university in Asia at that time. Before that, we only had one open university, which was Open University United Kingdom, and that was the only distance learning institution in the world at that time. So we were second in the world and first in Asia. This is a brainchild of our Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Saab. He visited UK, and on his return, he took this initiative. At the moment, university enrolls about 1.2 million students from across Pakistan. So this is a unique university in the sense that it enrolls students from school education, that is grade 10, onward to PhD programs. So our 1.2 million primarily comprises of mostly our grade 10 years of education, 12 years of education, and 14 years of education programs. And thereafter, we have undergrad programs, MS and PhD programs, in which we have limited seats available. But still, as we operate across Pakistan, so the number of students is in thousands across the country, even in higher education programs. We have 4 faculties and 34 departments in our university. Our spread is right from Gawadar in the north to Khunjarab. Everywhere are regional offices. We operate through 54 regional offices in the country and more than 2,000 study centers across the country where we provide educational facilities to our students. Academic hub is this central place, Islamabad. We develop programs here. We deliver our academic contents from here. Students' evaluation and every such thing is done here. But the services of teaching are extended to them through our online education systems all across the country. When I'm talking to them right now, almost 70,000 students are online, synchronous online with us, taking their classes in our 125 virtual classrooms, which are operated from here. So in this way, this gives you an understanding of this scatter and scope at which we work. We engage roughly 20 to 30,000 teachers every semester from all universities, I would say, in the country. You can name any university and their teachers are working with us on part-time basis, teaching to our students in their online classes. We are present outside the country as well. We have students from 36 countries across the world. They are enrolled with us in our undergrad programs. Although the number is not that big, but our scatter across the world is quite wide. So we have around 2,000 students at the moment. We started this international programs about 3 semesters back. So enrollment is growing, but at the moment we have around 2,000 students from 36 countries in the world. University is well connected in our context of talk today. We are well connected with sister universities in almost 29 countries across the world, either through our exchange programs, which include faculty exchange or student exchange, or having joint collaboration for doing workshops, conferences, and we have several universities, like 4 or 5 university centers established in this university. There people are sitting in this university and working on collaborative programs. One feature on which we always take pride is about our focus on out-of-school children. University offers free educational programs from its own resources to students of grade 9, 10, 11, and 12 across the country. For example, any student from Balochistan or Gilgit-Baltistan can have free admission in these programs. We pay their tuition fees, exam charges, learning material is sent to them free. So anyone from these 2 areas, and now we're planning to add interior Sindh in it as well. Ji. Besides this, education for prisoners is also free in our university. We operate in 12 jails of Pakistan, where we have established centers for the people who are somehow there in the jails. We offer them free education there. Similarly, for transgenders, this university offers free education. We are enrolling about 1,200 transgenders with us in different programs, right from metric to PhD program. There are students. We also offer free education to children of Shohada. We offer free education to all kind of people with disabilities. So there are several other programs which I can have a long list of them, but university helps them in their education through their own resources. And in fact, they are their resources. They're not our resources. The other students actually pay for them, and university from that give their share to the other students. Now, coming to today's talk, Ji, it's such an important thing. I'm not right from the field, but as a layman, sir, I have a couple of things to say about it, जो आज हम बात करेंगे, सारे कर भी रहे होंगे. AI has very rapidly revolutionized things around us. The concept of everything is changing so fast. زندگی اس طرح سے نہیں رہی جی اور نہ رہے گی ان کمنگ ڈیز جیسے پہلے گزر رہی تھی. اس میں آپ کوئی بھی فیلڈ لے لیجئے جس کی سب چیزیں آٹومائزڈ ہوتی جا رہی ہیں, اور کنسرن ہے کہ جو لیبر فورس ہے ہماری, پیپل ہو آر ورکنگ ان ڈفرینٹ فیلڈس, ان کی ضرورت ورسز میکنائزیشن جو ہے, اس کا بیلنس جو ہے, دس از اے کوشچن ٹو اس. پروڈکٹیوٹی بڑھ گئی ہے, ایفیشنسی بہتر ہو گئی ہے. سو اس طرح کے جو کنسرنز اس نے ہمارے لیے اپرچونیٹیز بھی ہیں, چیلنجز بھی ساتھ ساتھ جن کو آبویسلی ہمیں ایڈریس کرنا چاہیے. ہیلتھ کیئر آپ لے لیجیے, ریولیوشنائز ہوگی, ڈائگنوسز ہیں, جو میڈیکل امیجنگ کا فیلڈ ہے, پرسنلائز میڈیسنز ہیں, یہ سب چیزیں بدل گئیں وقت کے ساتھ ساتھ. اینڈ آئی ہوپ کہ جیسے ہم چل رہے ہیں ان کمنگ ایئرز اور ایون ناؤ, لوگوں کو فزیشین کے پاس جانے کی شاید اس طرح کی ضرورتیں نہ بچیں جیسے پہلے ہوا کرتی ہیں جی. اسی طرح سے آپ دیکھیے جو لینگویجز ہیں اکراس دا کنٹری, ان کو سمجھنے, بولنے, ان میں آپریٹ کرنے میں ہماری کیپیبلٹیز جو ہیں وہ بہت تیزی سے بدل گئیں, اور بالکل آسانی سے عام طور پہ اویلیبل جتنے سافٹ ویئرز ہیں جی ہمارے پاس, یہ جیسے گوگل کا ہے, گوگل اسسٹنٹ ہے, الیکسا ہے, سری ہے, اس طرح کے جتنے بھی ہیں, یہ انہوں نے آپ کی ایجوکیشن اور لائف دونوں کو تبدیل کر دیا. ان چیزوں کو ہمیں تیزی سے رسپونڈ کرنا ہوگا, اور آپ اور میں یہ دیکھیں گے کہ آر وی ایکچولی رسپونڈنگ دا وے وی شوڈ بی رسپونڈنگ ایز اے کنٹری اور ایز اے کمیونٹی. پھر اس طرح بہت ساری چیزیں, نام نہیں لیتا سب کے جی, جس میں آٹومائزڈ وہیکلز ہیں, آپ کی فائنانس کا پورا سسٹم ہے, ایجوکیشن ہے, انٹرٹینمنٹ ہے, ریسرچ اینڈ ڈیولپمنٹ ہے. یہ سارا کچھ جو ہے بالکل اگر آپ اس کو سوچیں تو what we were doing for almost 4 years back, we are not doing the same today, and will not be doing what we are doing today in a couple of years from now. اس چینج کے ساتھ اپنے آپ کو کسٹمائز کرنا, اپنے معاشرے کو کسٹمائز کرنا ایک بڑا چیلنج ہے. دوسری سائڈ پہ اس کی گروتھ کے ساتھ ساتھ جو بڑا ایشو اور ہم دیکھتے ہیں وہ ہمارے لاز ہیں, سائبر لاز ہیں, جن میں ابھی لاٹ از نیڈیڈ ٹو ڈو. اچھا, ہم نے بہت ساری لاز بنائے بھی ہیں پچھلے کچھ عرصے میں. 96 میں ٹیلی کمیونیکیشن کا ہم نے لا بنایا. اس کے بعد آپ کے پاس یہ جو الیکٹرانک ٹرانزیکشن کا آرڈیننس آیا تھا ریسنٹلی, جس میں فائنینشیل ٹرانزیکشنز کے ہونے کو ہم دیکھتے ہیں. پھر اسی طرح سے فیئر ٹرائل کا جو ایک انویسٹیگیشن لا آیا, ایکٹ آیا تھا پرابلی. یہ تمام چیزیں ہیں جی, بٹ the speed with which they are changing, our speed to respond with that is not corresponding with it. ہم جس طریقے سے چیزوں کو ریوائز کرتے اور تبدیل کرتے ہیں نا, وہ اتنا سلو ہے کہ اتنی دیر میں یہ تمام پروسیسز بہت آگے جا چکے ہوتے ہیں. ہمیں اپنے اس لا بنانے میں اور اس ٹرانسفارمیشن میں, ایگزسٹنگ لاز کی ٹرانسفارمیشن میں, اور جو ایک ہیں موجود لاز اسی سائبر سیکورٹی سے ریلیٹڈ, ان کے اندر چینجز کی سپیڈ کو جو ہے وہ بہتر کرنا. مثلا میں بھی ڈاکومنٹ دیکھتا تھا, کرپٹو کرنسی اس کا ذکر ہی نہیں ہے ہمارے یہاں, نہ ہم نے ڈیفائن کیا ہے اس کو, نہ ہم نے, اور ابھی لا کو بہت پرانا نہیں ہے جو اس سے ریلیٹڈ ہے فائنینشیل چیزوں سے, وہ ریسنٹ ہی ہے. لیکن اس کے بعد کی یہ ڈیولپمنٹ ہے, ایک اندازہ ہے کہ $20 بلین کا بزنس ہے اس کا پاکستان میں, اینڈ ہمارے پاس اس کی کوئی ڈیفینیشن ہی موجود شاید اس طرح کی نہیں ہے جس سے ہم اس کو آپریٹ کر پائیں, اس کا کوئی اسٹیٹس ڈیٹرمن کر سکیں. سو یہ چیلنجز لا سے ریلیٹڈ, لیجسلیشن سے ریلیٹڈ ہمارے پاس موجود ہیں. اور ہمارے ارد گرد کی دنیا سر جو ہے نا وہ ہماری طرح سے سوئی ہوئی نہیں ہے. آپ کے ہمسائے میں انڈیا ہے, وہ ایک پیپر تھوڑے دن پہلے کسی ریسرچ پیپر تھا پبلش کسی جگہ, وہ پڑھا تھا, تو کہتے ہیں جی کہ پاکستان فوکسڈ انویسٹمنٹ جو ہے نا وہ اس معاملے میں وہ بہت ساری زیادہ کر رہے ہیں, جس میں ہیکنگ سے ریلیٹڈ چیزیں ہیں, آپ کے فائنینشیل سسٹم کو کرپل کرنا, اور اس طرح کے معاملات میں اچھی خاصی انویسٹمنٹ انہوں نے اپنے سسٹم میں پچھلے دنوں میں کوئی کی ہے, جس سے وہ اس کو ڈیولپ کر رہے ہیں. اسی طرح ہم جتنا بھی آئی سی ٹی ریلیٹڈ اکوپمنٹ جو ہے نا جی, وہ ہم سارا امپورٹ کرتے ہیں باہر سے. دنیا کے بہت سارے ممالک بہت ساری کمپنیز کو ریسٹرکٹ کر رہے ہیں ان کے آپریشن. مثلاً امریکہ جو ہے وہ ہواوے کو اس نے بین کر دیا. انڈیا نے آپ کی یہ جو ٹک ٹاک ٹائپ کوئی پتہ نہیں اس طرح کی کوئی چیز تھی اس کو بین کر دیا. ہم انہی کی بنائے ہوئے ٹولز پہ اکوپمنٹ پہ ریلائی کرتے ہیں اور اس میں بگز ہیں آبویسلی جو ہماری انفارمیشن جو ہے ان تک بڑی آسانی سے اس کے ذریعے سے پہنچتی رہتی ہے. اسی طرح ہمارے پاس کوئی سیکیورٹی سٹینڈرڈز ایگزسٹ نہیں کرتے. ایک تو سامان باہر سے لے لیا سارا, اس کے بعد پھر اس کو یہاں پہ یوز کرتے وقت کوئی سٹینڈرڈز وغیرہ ہم نے ایسے نہیں بنا رکھے جس سے سیکیورٹی کو انشور کیا جا سکے. ہر ادارہ اپنے طریقے سے ان کو استعمال کرتا ہے اور کوئی کیپیبل ہے تو ان چیزوں کا خیال کرتا ہے, جو نہیں ہے وہ نہیں کر سکتا. اٹس گوئنگ آن لائک دیٹ. اسی طرح ایک اور چیز جو ہم روزانہ فیس کرتے ہیں, there is no way where we can have remedy. آپ کی یہ جو ڈیپ امیجنگ والا ہے, فیک امیجز جنریٹ کرتے ہیں آپ کے ساتھ جڑی ہوئی کوئی ٹاک کسی لیک میں, ویڈیو لیک میں, آڈیو لیک میں آ جاتی ہے, اینڈ دیر از نو وے دیٹ یو کین آسک اینی باڈی کہ یہ کہاں سے ہوا, ٹھیک تھا, غلط تھا, اس کے کانسیکوینسز کیا ہوں گے. لوگوں کی زندگیاں اس سے ہم بدل دیتے ہیں, لیکن اس کے بارے میں کوئی ہمارے پاس طریقہ کار نہیں ہے جی ہم اس کو ٹھیک کر سکیں. ہم جتنا اپنا ڈیٹا ہے جی, میں سر کریکٹ کریے گا مجھے, جو میرا علم ہے یہ سارا جو ہم کلاؤڈ پہ اور دوسرے سرورز پہ ہوسٹ کرتے ہیں اپنا ڈیٹا, یہ بھی پرابیبلی باہر کی کمپنیوں کا ہی ہے سارا کچھ. نیشنل سیکیورٹی کدھر رہ گئی ہے جی. ٹھیک ہے, اپنے ہمارے پاس لوگ ہیں جو ٹیلنٹڈ ہیں, جن کو ہم یہاں نہیں کچھ کرنے دیتے, وہ باہر چلے جاتے ہیں. ہم اپنے یہ چیزیں سارا کچھ جو میں نے ذکر کیا, پتہ نہیں کتنی کیپیبلٹی ہے آپ لوگ اس فیلڈ کے لوگ ہیں جی, کہ ہم یہ یہاں کیوں نہیں بنا پاتے. ہمیں ان کو یہاں خود بنانا چاہیے, اکوپمنٹ بنانے چاہیے, ڈیٹا سٹوریج سرورز یہ اپنی کمپنی ہونی چاہیے تاکہ ہمارا ڈیٹا جو ہے اس میں پروٹیکٹڈ رہے. اینڈ سیورل تھنگز لائک دیٹ, جو کہ لے مین کی طرح کے سوالات ہیں جی جو ہمارے ذہنوں میں آتے ہیں, بیکاز وی آر ناٹ اویئر آف دا ٹیکنیکلٹیز آف دس تھنگ. لیکن ایک جنرل سٹیزن کے طور پہ روز ہم ان چیزوں کے لیکس دیکھتے ہیں, سنتے ہیں, تو ہمارے ذہن میں آتا ہے جی why we are not able to do these things, provided that we have human resource which is the most important component of all that, کہ آپ کے پاس لوگ ہوں جو یہ کر سکتے ہوں. تو ہمارے پاس تو میرا خیال ہے کہ اس فیلڈ میں لوگ بے شمار ہیں. ہم تو دنیا کو ایکسپورٹ کرتے ہیں یہ سارا سٹاف, تو ہم یہاں پہ اس کو کیوں نہیں بنا پاتے. آئی ایم شیور کہ ہمارے دوست جو بیٹھے ہیں they are doing something on it, they knew much better than me کہ how many of these things are valid, how are they being tackled. So we're looking forward to hear to them. Once again, thank you so much for choosing Open University as partner and as a venue for this important discussion. uh, this is your university, you're always welcome. We are actually been working on several projects. We started with 2 or 3 different projects in this area, اور we planning کہ down the road ہم اس کا ایک اے آئی سائبر سیکیورٹی سینٹر ٹائپ کوئی چیز یہاں پہ اسٹیبلش کریں جو کہ ہب کے طور پہ کام کرے. ہمارے کمپیوٹر سائنس کے ڈاکٹر صاحب بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, سلیم صاحب, ان کے ڈپارٹمنٹ میں ہمارا پلان ہے کہ ہم اس طرح کا ایک سینٹر اسٹیبلش کریں جو ہمیں اس طرح کا ریسورس اور اس طرح کے مٹیریلز بنانے میں, سافٹ ویئر وغیرہ یا ہارڈ ویئر بنانے میں ہیلپ آؤٹ کر سکے, یا ایٹ لیسٹ کنٹریبیوٹ کرے ایسے اسکلڈ لوگ جو ان چیزوں کو کر سکتے ہیں. سو تھینک یو ویری مچ جی, تھینک یو ویری مچ, جزاک اللہ.
بہت شکریہ سر. یقیناً اسی لیے علامہ اقبال اوپن یونیورسٹی کے ساتھ ہم کولیبریشن میں ہیں کہ you have the largest number of students across Pakistan and out of country also taking new initiatives. So inshallah آپ کے ساتھ فیوچر میں بھی یہی کولیبریشن رہے گی, as this is being organized by the 3 partners, جس میں نیشنل سائبر ایمرجنسی رسپانس ٹیم, علامہ اقبال اوپن یونیورسٹی اور سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ پالیسی انسٹیٹیوٹ پارٹیسپیٹ کر رہے ہیں. سو ناؤ ول پروسیڈ ود دی presentations, and if I may request to Mr. Aslam Hayat, Senior Policy Fellow, Land Asia, to come to the podium. Please welcome Mr. Aslam Hayat.
Looks like AI is offended and my presentation is gone. Meantime, when we are setting up, there is a small quiz for all of you. Do you know how many years it took for telephone to reach 100 million subscribers? Any idea? 75 years. How many years it took for mobile phone to reach 100 million subscribers? No idea? That's 16 years. And internet took 7 years to reach 100 million customers. Facebook did it in 4 years. Instagram did it in 3 years. Now, any guess how much time Chat GPT took to reach 200 million subscribers or customers? 1 year? What? Very close. No, actually, it took 2 months. So this actually shows that the power of AI and reaching 100 million subscribers, where telephone took it 75 years. So that's so we're around now. And let me confess that while making this presentation, I used ChatGPT. So it doesn't make any sense that you're talking about AI and AI is not part of the discussion itself. Any one of you are using Khan Migo? Okay, Khan Migo is an AI generated tutor which is being used by Khan Academy for personalized teaching to all the students. So if you're not used it, please do use it. This is very interesting because it's a kind of, I'm sure you have seen Khan Academy videos, but it's much more than that. It is one-to-one tutoring solution. And if you're using it, then you are able to do all your research, thesis, homework, everything by using AI. So this is me. I've been in this sector for over 20 years, done a lot of things. I've been on international assignments, writing different laws. Electronic Transaction Ordinance is one of the legislation which I drafted, many policies related to ICT. So all I've been contributing in my different capacities. The relevance of me sitting on this table is this slide. We are developing a global index on responsible AI, and this is the link which is there. For the last 4 months, we have been working on this and trying to map the progress of AI in different countries and then ranking them. And Pakistan, unfortunately, is not very high on this list. The index will be released very soon, next few weeks. And you would see that the different thematic areas where we are yet to do a lot. So if you go to this site, there is also a page on frameworks and tools which already exist. And in that, if you go through different subjects, there is one subject on security. And in the security subject, there is a website which is uh, about incidentdatabase.ai. And that database actually collects all the incidents related to AI globally. And already it's more than 600 incidents which have been reported, including challenges with Snapchat and other apps. So this is very interesting. This study, this global index is supported by IDRC, USAID, and other organizations. Now, this is the cybersecurity framework which we have in Pakistan right now. There are different laws. It's actually scattered all over the canvas. You can see there are so many laws which talks about bits and pieces about cybersecurity. There are offenses. There are data protection law, which is separate. There is e-safety bill, which is also coming. And then, of course, CERT, which discussion we had this morning. Policies are also there about cybersecurity, the cloud first policy and the digital Pakistan policy. They have different areas to cover, but they also mention in one line about cybersecurity. Whereas in the frameworks, PTA has come up with a framework and State Bank of Pakistan, because the data which is being used by the banks, that is very financial, and it's according to the definition of data protection law, that is of sensitive nature. So they have also an enterprise level framework protecting that. So in terms of AI, we had the discussion this morning also. There are two major initiatives. One is the policy, draft policy. That's a pretty good policy, and that is one of the reasons that there is a little bit improvement in our ranking in the global index because of this policy. Because if it was not there, we would not have been anywhere. And the other one is the Center of Excellence, which has been established by the educational institutions, universities. That also talks about AI and a little bit about security. Whereas in the policy, the security is not a very detailed subject. So you can see that in the AI framework and in the cybersecurity framework, there is a disconnect. And that is something which we will have to work on to make sure that these two frameworks has a linkage. So AI, like any other technology, has challenges and opportunities. So we have been discussing challenges. We will also discuss a little bit about what opportunities it can provide in the cyberspace and cybersecurity. How many of you have seen these movies which talks about AI taking over the world? I'm sure this Matrix, Transcendence, others. Are you guys not into movies at all? How many people have seen at least 3 of these movies? Good. So you understand the threat which is there. And there is also a long list of the books which have been published on this AI taking over. Now, it's not just those fiction in the movies and literature, but also the industry leaders, they are warning us. If you look at the statement of Elon Musk, the Henry Kissinger and Eric Schmidt, they are all saying that there are going to be a lot of challenges and we would be living in the age of AI and not that AI is living with us. Now, in addition to this, if you are, any one of you are watching this discussion symposium on the social media, AI is already listening to it. If you look at it on Facebook, for example, there is an auto transcript of this speech is there. So AI is already listening. Please be careful. Don't say anything which it offends it. Dr. Mukarram mentioned about script kiddie. This is something, a phenomena in the early 2000 or late 90s, where it was possible for even laymen like me to actually use programs developed by the others and do nasty things. For example, it was very easy to have a DOS attack on any website by just going on a page, mentioning the URL, and mentioning that how many hits you want to have on that web page, and just click yes, go. And that website is going to be down by this people who have nothing to do with technology, but still are able to use tool developed by the others to do damage. Imagine that instead of this layman or kids, instead of using the tools which are already developed, ask the AI and say that develop or code for me and prepare something which could be used for making a life of other people difficult. So that is the level of challenge which we can see. So in terms of challenges, very briefly, it's possible to give wrong data to AI because it's trained on data. And then the output would be very different. It also covers the personal data in terms of large language models, possibility of exposure there, inherent bias or fairness in the data is also reflected in the decision making. And then, as already discussed in the morning, it's pretty complex, difficult to interpret unless and until it's in an explainable mode. But my focus would be on the opportunities in the cybersecurity by the AI. You know, when you're using AI in the cybersecurity, you would be in a much better position compared to humans doing the cybersecurity. And the reason for that is that it would be much easier and quicker to actually look at the threats. You can easily detect it by analyzing the patterns which are there. And sometimes the humans may not be able to pick up the patterns. For example, if there is a threat and the AI is able to compare the historic data and see that what is different going on right now and flag it. Similarly, instead of waiting for a human to look at the threat and then respond, AI would be able to do this much faster by having an automated response to that threat. Then they would also be able to detect the anomalies because they are in a much faster position to analyze the data. Similarly, much faster on malware protection, prevention and detection. The user authentication currently is a challenge because if you go to government offices, the password and username is written on the desktop itself. This is not a nice way. But in terms of AI, if you're using it for authentication, so it would not just be the biometric part, but also the pattern, the way you use your computer would also be learned by this AI, and it would be able to understand whether, even if you are able to give the username and password, it would still be able to detect whether you are the real user or not. So similarly, with those incident response, it would be able to predict by using this analytics and also identify the risks which are there in the cyberspace. So it will have much better intelligence, much better response time, and it would be able to collaborate with other AIs internationally or domestically or sector-wise to give you better security. So for me, no matter what the movie says, no matter what the book says, AI has actually a potential to give us a better cyberspace or a cybersecurity. Now, we need to address the challenge which Vice Chancellor has just mentioned, that we know the threats, we know the opportunity, and it is extremely important to come up with a framework where we can mitigate those challenges and maximize those opportunities. So in terms of that, I have proposed few bullet points basically to propose on the things which needs to be in that framework. And that needs to be there, the ethics part, the making sure that those algorithms are auditable. It's not something in the dark box or black box where nobody knows what's going on. There needs to be a clear lines of responsibility. If something goes wrong, you cannot punish AI, but you can definitely seek remedy against the person who has been developing it. Similarly, it needs to be explainable. The foundational methods or models needs to be explainable. Similarly, the privacy has to be integrated into this by design and not an option. There needs to be validation and rigorous testing and the framework built in, and also making sure that it enhances the human capability. And last but not least, the regulatory framework which we are making should not kill the innovation. Because if you have a very steel framework or regulation or laws or policies which has no space for innovation, then you're not helping the industry, you're not helping the development and non-innovation, and just killing it, which is counterproductive. It should not be there. And in terms of frameworks, there are already a lot available. We can learn from being late. It's an opportunity to learn from those model frameworks, 37 or 40, whatever that number is. There are few also which are now being used as a model framework. We can learn from them and have something in Pakistan which is usable, which allows innovation and also mitigate all the risks which are already there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very first speech. Now I may request to Mr. Mudassir Hussain, Vice President, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, Jazz Mobile in Pakistan, to come and share your thoughts, sir. Please welcome Mr. Mudassir Hussain.
Bismillah. What a pleasure to be back in Allama Iqbal Open University with my old friends from SDPI, well-respected Brigadier Saab, Soleri Saab, Nasram Saab, VC Saab, you're doing a massive job over here. It's actually Allama Iqbal Open University because it's the oldest online virtual education. So the topics of both AI and security are inherently relevant to your trusted age-old established system. So thank you for giving me a chance. I don't have to say much about myself. I have done some work in telecom policy in Pakistan, headed it for some while. Both the subjects, cyber security as well, it has been an area of interest for some while. And AI more recently, abhi iski relevance or baatcheet shuru hui hai. Now working with the telecom industry, which is the biggest platform, which has the biggest access to people, which can make through these new digital technologies a massive impact in the lives of the users. So a little bit of attribute from all these angles. I'm very happy that a lot of things that could have been said, they have already been said. Aslam Saab has nailed it. He has closed the deal for me. I don't need to repeat all of those things. We know for sure. I'll tell you a little bit of from my early years when I used to do research. Probably cybersecurity is the oldest area where AI started making a difference. We know about AI now after this GPT and generative AI revolution, but surely machine learning, deep learning, there have been subjects that have been hugely relevant to cybersecurity historically also. So a very good use case of how AI impacts generally other fields. So cyber is a very, very good area that we can see where are the threats, opportunities, there are threats to the positive forces that are available. We know prediction, um, measures, response, everything. AI can have a role, and Aslam Saab highlighted that much of those things can be really sped up, measures put in place. Historically, जो rule based system होते थे उसको आप एक नए predictive तरीके से कर सकते हैं, and at the same time the challenges, the strength of AI available for positive work, for enhancing cybersecurity is also available to cyber criminals. Using AI, it is very easy for them to identify new targets. We have so much bulk of personal data in form of social media profiles and usage behaviors and others available. So it's very easy for the cyber criminals to deploy AI to beat the same systems that are put in for protection of people and systems. तो एक साइकिल है जी जिसके अंदर क्रिमिनल भी उसका फायदा उठा रहा है और सिस्टम भी उठा रहा है. तो the way it works is that everything that has to be used at mass scale, उसके अंदर हमने सुना होगा कि trust is the main thing. Why would you use something, some online service, some financial service, some other platform, because you trust कि ये ठीक information भी दे रहा है और मुझे help भी करेगा और ये real है. We know AI is talked about, and we expect that it will play a role in every facet of our life. But the key thing is it will only achieve that scale if there is trust in it. So for trust, there has to be security. So for any significant role of AI, it has to be AI platforms themselves have to be secure. I'll just give you one example. What is relevant in AI? What makes it work? What makes it useful? It uses a lot of data, analyzes a lot of data, and gives you insights. पहले IT सिस्टम insights नहीं देते होते थे, वो सिर्फ आपको एक aggregation करके दे देते होते information की. Now you have insights. Now you have Chat GPT telling you a whole article. If you give it some prompts, it gives you the whole thing, not just, contrary to search engine. So the AI systems will give you insights, but you will trust those using data. And then how it has become possible, because previously भी होता था, neural nets थे, machine learning, deep learning के algorithms होते थे, लेकिन वो computing power available नहीं होती थी जो उसको real time में useful बना सके. अब cloud से, distributed computing से, you have that power. That is why we are talking कि जी AI को इस level पे अब discuss किया जा रहा है. So the data as well as the compute. तो अगर कोई criminal एक mass scale पे AI system use हो रहा है जिस पे critical dependence है और उसमें data जा रहा है, Aslam Saab mentioned about AI is only as good as the quality of the data it is fed on. अगर कोई साइबर क्रिमिनल उस डेटा में जाके उसको करप्ट कर दे या उसको बायस कर दे तो श्योरली पूरे का पूरा एआई सिस्टम उसको करेगा. तो दो तीन टाइप के थ्रेट्स हैं एआई को साइबर क्रिमिनल से. एक तो वो सिस्टम्स को और जो जनरेटिव मॉडल्स हैं उनको खुद बायस कर देना, स्क्यू कर देना. एंड देन अगेन रिटेल लेवल पे जैसे आप कहते हैं कस्टमर लेवल पे टारगेट सिलेक्शन, दूसरी तीसरी चीजें. So these are the negative sides that are relevant. And then the positives, Aslam Saab and all others have mentioned. So a good confluence use case, AI plus cyber security. अगर कोई utility समझना चाहता है तो मेरे ख्याल में इस एक theme को समझ ले तो then we can expand it to others. अब now we know that there is a good use case. So what does our whole ecosystem and particularly the government do to address this? Again, taking from Aslam Saab, we need to be careful. We need to guard against the perceived threats, but at the same time, in our policies, not take measures that kill it. In a recent dialogue on what AI policy, हमारे Ministry of IT के friends भी बैठे हुए हैं, उसमें ये है कि which is the place, ये stand alone AI की policy भी stand alone नहीं है because it depends on data protection laws, as we mentioned, it depends on cloud related policy. So the thing is that the AI in our context cannot be treated standalone, but as a whole of the tech policy approach उसके अंदर से. So there have been inputs that we have provided into the policy itself कि उसको कैसे किया जाए. लेकिन उसके main points यही हैं कि एक तो whole of the tech policy approach हो. दूसरा एक चीज अगर आपकी प्रायोरिटी भी है तो वो कैसे चलेगी कि वो उसकी गवर्नेंस का मॉडल सस्टेनेबल हो. अगर आप उसको बहुत ज्यादा ओवर रेगुलेट अभी करेंगे तो ऐसा क्रिटिकल मैस ही नहीं प्रोड्यूस करेगा कि जिससे कोई ऐसी फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम पैदा हो कि उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो. तीसरा, वी नीड टू क्रिएट डिमांड फॉर एआई के जहां पे इस लेवल पे आप एआई की यूजेज में जाएं. पहले हम डर जाते हैं कि यार इससे बड़े नुकसान हो जाएंगे, इसलिए हम काम ही नहीं करते. So what I want to propagate here is that our policy should be to seed and encourage AI, including in cyber security and other fields. और इतना उसको ज्यादा डर के इस वक्त ही टाइट ना कर दें कि वो शुरू ना हो. मुकरम साहब हमारे पास बैठे हुए हैं. We do certain regulations with such a tight intent starting कि वो जिस चीज को रेगुलेट करना वो शुरू ही नहीं हो सकती, वो पैदा ही नहीं हो सकती. तो उसको पैदा होने देना, उसको सीड करने के काबिल. Although we should address in our initial policy all of these जो negatives हैं उसको फिर then regarding data, how can we use data, how can we make available data protection law को जरूर लाया जाए, लेकिन data की utility anonymize करके दूसरे तरीके से it should be available for innovation. और दूसरा जो मेन बात है कि उसको डिमांड को क्रिएट किया जाए. अगर डिमांड नहीं होगी लोकल इंडस्ट्री में, गवर्नमेंट के सिस्टम्स में, टू क्रिएट अ डिमांड, जो भी आईटी सिस्टम्स हैं फेडरल प्रोविंशियल लेवल पे, अगर हमारी प्रायोरिटी है कि एआई से हमने फायदा उठाना है, तो देन वी नीड टू एलोकेट, वी नीड टू मैंडेट द पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट अथॉरिटीज कि जी एक सर्टेन परसेंटेज एआई ड्रिवन प्रोजेक्ट्स का उन सारे बजट से वो सर्व हो, ताकि एक लोकल डिमांड जनरेट हो, लोकल इंडस्ट्री उसको केटर करे, एंड देन वी टेक इट ऑन फ्रॉम देयर. अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री होगी ही नहीं तो उसको रेगुलेट कैसे किया जाएगा? वी कैन कंटिन्यू गो ऑन एंड ऑन, बट surely now is the time when we're talking about AI policy, हम इन चीजों को देखें और इस चीज को particularly we should make sure कि ऐसा हम उसको टाइट स्ट्रेट जैकेटेड फ्रेमवर्क ना प्रोड्यूस कर दें कि जिससे वो शुरू ही ना हो. और then this thing about data availability, the data sets availability, which is crucial, it must be addressed now in this policy, because we guard some things very closely और उसको guard करने का कोई हमें long term में फायदा नहीं होता. तो डेटा के बारे में थोड़ी सी ज़हन को खोलना पड़ेगा, उसको एक खास तरीके से इनोवेशन के लिए अवेलेबल करना पड़ेगा, एजुकेशन में, हेल्थ में, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में, पब्लिक सिक्योरिटी में. There are so many use cases that can directly AI can address, but none of them is possible without the data with one or the other government agency. A few examples. I hope that this discourse will continue, but I would like to wrap over here, and we would like to give our input further into this process so that you can have a structured inclusion. So I would like to thank you very much. Hopefully ये सिलसिला चलेगा और आप सारे लोग इस पे इंटरेस्टेड रहेंगे, and if required we'll be happy to contribute. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request
Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz. He has received Pride of Performance. He's the chairman of National Center for Artificial Intelligence at NUST. Welcome, Dr. Yasser.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the seminar so far. So I'll be speaking a little bit about the artificial intelligence domain. I head the National Center of Artificial Intelligence as already introduced. You would like to share the slide? Okay, so I am a scientist. I'm an engineer. Okay, I actually. Okay, 5 minutes cut short. Okay, no problem. Right. The document is pretty big. So it will take time to. Okay, so my background, I'm a scientist, I'm an engineer. I'm a professor at NUS since January 2010, actually. And before that also, I've been associated constantly with, developing, deploying, technology. I did my PhD from Japan back in 2009 in the field of robotics and artificial intelligence and working on robots, walk like humans and, look at obstacles, move stuff around and all that. So I've been into this domain, developing my own systems, deploying in the various domains. And the National Center of Artificial Intelligence, which I'm heading right now, is also an organization which actually develops and deploys technology for, you could say for the transformation, for the digital transformation or AI transformation or better working of various government and non-government departments in Pakistan. And of course, we have collaborations abroad and we keep developing solutions for them as well. So through my presentation, I'll give you a brief idea about this daunting task that we have, on our table actually, and the kind of stuff that we are doing so far, and how we think, like, where are the successes, where we think are the challenges for Pakistan, and what we need to do in this rapidly evolving, era of artificial intelligence, which actually is not a very new era at all. In fact, we are in the second revolution of AI right now. So this is the fifth industrial revolution that we are in right now, ever since the year 2020. And if you still think that AI is a very new area, then you're one industrial revolution too late. Right. So let me give you a glimpse of, the kind of stuff and what sort of opportunities exist and what we need to do. I think, like, so far, it's very straightforward that artificial intelligence is one of the main domains in the world. I've already introduced myself. So, and here's a glimpse of some of the work that I've been doing prior to NCI, some of the work that I've been doing before the National Center of Artificial Intelligence actually was taken over by me. So you see various kinds of robots, machines, they are all AI driven. Like the robots you see on the leftmost, this is a team of humanoid robots, a small team which plays autonomously football, against another team of robots without any human guidance or control and without even connecting an external computer. So what these robots do is that when they're in the field, they actually look at their environment, they detect where the goal is, where the lines are, where they're standing in the field, which other robots in the field are on their own team and which robots in the field are in the other team by looking from computer vision only, right? And this is edge artificial intelligence on board the processor of the robot systems. And then they decide, they strategize how to play autonomously against another team, while each robot makes its strategy individually, but they have to commonly behave as a team just like any other soccer team. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the highest league of the world's top AI and robotics competition, the RoboCup, which I have worked on for several years. And we are the first and the only team from the South Asian region which ever made it to the topmost league of the RoboCup competition, right? And this is just one project that we have done, this is prior to NCI. So just giving you an idea about what sort of work in AI was already going on, and looking at the kind of developments that were taking place in academia, the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan in the year 2016 issued a call to all the Pakistani universities to bring together the work that they're doing in AI, and then looking at various aspects being worked on by different people, they decided to combine, laboratories in various universities across Pakistan, fund some of the top researchers, and establish a national center based on a consortium model. So on the right side, the laboratories that you see, these are the core labs of the National Center of AI, located in various universities in NUST and ComStats in Islamabad, in UET Peshawar, in Punjab University at UET in Lahore and in NAD Karachi. So we are in Islamabad, Lahore, Peshawar, Karachi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not one university. We are not just one entity located in one place. We are the, the national ecosystem connecting developers of artificial intelligence across Pakistan, and we speak for all of them, right? So, and I was one of the 9 PIs selected in the first round, and then in the second round of, the selection process, I was finally picked to lead the National Center of Artificial Intelligence as its chairman. But I'm not a bureaucrat or somebody coming from just a, like administrative background. I am more a scientist who develops stuff myself. And of course, now I lead the setup as well. On the left side are specialized projects that we have, which we actually do with various other universities like LUMS, like FAST, like PIMS, various other institutes that work together with us. So which we have developed and deployed in various areas in Pakistan. There is no difference of opinion in the fact that artificial intelligence is the major technology, the basic technology to look at the world right now. If you want to stay abreast, if you want to stay relevant in, the current evolving era of technology. So one survey by Medium, this is just one of the several results. So this survey by Medium tells us that 72% of the chief innovation officers of the world's top tech companies already say that artificial intelligence must be the core focus of development of their companies. If not, so they would, like if you don't think this way, then you're not thinking the same way as the majority of the innovators of the world are thinking, right? So the very next technology after that is IoT, the Internet of Things, and that stands at 46%. So AI actually permeates across disciplines. And this is why the last two revolutions, the Industry 4.0 and the Industry 5.0, are both AI revolutions. When Industry 4.0 actually looking at AI to improve the product quality, whereas Industry 5.0, in AI is reoriented to put the human being in the center. So now AI is not for improved product quality only, but to have an improved experience, right? So this is a different way of looking at artificial intelligence. If you look at the previous industrial revolution, you see that the first industrial revolution was from the year 1800 to 1900. Then the next one from 1900 to, some say until 2000, some say until 1985. So from revolutions that used to last 75, 85 years or 100 years, now the AI, is pushing things at such a fast, pace, just like the example which was quoted by Aslam Saab, that, how much time it took ChatGPT to actually, enroll the 1 million customers actually. So if you look at that, speed, AI revolutions are, cutting through technology at a pace of a decade. So just 1 decade after the first AI revolution, you already have the second one. If you look at the statistics, the numbers that are just, going around the world right now, it's that 37% of the world's tech companies have already adopted artificial intelligence in one way or the other, as Gartner is predicting. And the percentage of enterprises employing artificial intelligence will grow at 270%, has been growing at 270% for the past 4 years. You look at Statistica, it is saying that the world revenue from artificial intelligence software market is expected to reach 126 billion US dollars by the year 2025. In Nasdaq, you see that, the shares of Nvidia, if you've been following the share prices of Nvidia and Intel, Nvidia has far surpassed Intel now because they've been developing the artificial intelligence related hardware, and it's actually pretty tough to lay your hands on the correct hardware, and every new year there's a new technology coming in. Looking at just the defense market, in the defense market only, the artificial intelligence defense market is valued at about 16 billion US dollars globally right now. So AI cuts across disciplines, it cuts across fields, and you see that there are so many domains in which AI is applicable. Okay, so if you look at the numbers that are around the world, so the global artificial intelligence market is expected to grow 37% each year from the year 2023 to the year 2030. And the predictions of PwC, which have also been quoted by Forbes, tell us that the global market size, the GDP contribution of artificial intelligence technologies is expected to be 15.7 trillion US dollars by the year 2030. This is the GDP contribution, right? And if you look at the number of jobs that are being created by artificial intelligence, right now the prediction is 133 million new jobs which will be created by AI, and 400 million workers who will go out of job because of AI. But in our assessment, AI will create a lot more jobs than the current estimates, because AI is a dimensional transformation. It's not just upgrading the current fields, it's bringing in a lot of new areas of work which right now maybe are not fathomed, they are not perceived by human beings as we know right now. The same example with a different metric metric. So if you look at the time taken to reach 1 million users by various, social media platforms. So Twitter took 24 months to actually reach the 1 million users. If you look at Facebook, it took 10 months. If you look at Spotify, it took 5 months. If you look at Instagram, it took 2.5 months to reach, 1 million downloads actually in this case, whereas ChatGPT accomplished that in 5 days, right? So this is the power of, AI. In Pakistan, artificial intelligence technology, the first department which was officially looking at artificial intelligence and robotics in Pakistan was founded in 2010. And I was the founder. So I was heading that department for a decade from 2010 to 2020. Until in 2018, I took over the National Center of Artificial Intelligence. And there have been several other initiatives like the Presidential Initiative on AI and Computing. There have been others as well. And now we see that some of the global companies are also looking at Pakistan as a development hub of artificial intelligence. One of the key examples is Motive, Keep Trucking, which is a very well-known US company that shifted to Pakistan. There are others like Cowler and several others as well. So the National Center of Artificial Intelligence works in various domains and applies, its expertise to various areas to make new technologies. I'll give you some of the examples. We have made around 221 different products completely indigenously using our own. And when you look at these products, remember that all of these products are developed scratch up by our department. This is not any international software taken and customized for any use. From code up, everything is done by our center. So this, for example, the first one is the Safe Smart Cities, right? This is a big success story. If you look at Lahore Safe City, for instance, so 10,000 cameras, more than 10,000 cameras, starting from within the city of Lahore, all over to the city of Kasur and all the way to Kalasha Kaku, all are, the AI systems are developed, deployed and run by our center, right? They are operated by our center as well. And Lahore Safe City is our partner and our client as well, right? So these systems have face recognition for suspicious persons detection. It has detection for vehicles and also the number plates of the vehicles as well. Also, the city of Mardan has this system deployed. So I'm told that time is almost over. We have 2 more minutes. So I'll rush through some of the rest of the project. But this is a major development. And right now, when I have presented this solution at the global forums, a lot of the other countries, particularly the developing world, who no longer can afford technology from India or China because now their technologies are getting expensive. Their wages are also expensive. They're actually very interested in purchasing this kind of solutions from us. Then we have this groundbreaking tool called medium.ai. So this one looks at media, public media, or you can say social media. So you know that internet right now, 49% of the internet is now videos. So if you're looking at just the text and data mining aspect, you're not looking at the videos, then you're ignoring 49% of the internet. Simple as that. So this tool, what it does is that it looks at the faces of various people who are speaking. It recognizes the speakers. It understands whatever is being said. So it documents everything in English or in Urdu. It recognizes, of course, which language is being spoken and automatically the documents are in English or in Urdu. And it also picks up everything that is written on the, on the screen, like anything that is written in text in English or in Urdu, whether it is, floating on the screen, it is flashing on the screen, it just comes like that. It picks and documents all of that in real time. You can run it on any number of channels, but we have it running on 4 channels at any time. And it's been reinforcing itself for the past few years. So this is another system which we developed for the judiciary of Pakistan. There's a statement from the Chief Justice, which I don't have time to play, but this is a system which actually looks at the past cases, the 70 million cases of the past history of Pakistan. And when a new case is submitted, it presents the most relevant cases in front of the judge to actually, look at in order to make the decision. For healthcare, we have made so many software. For example, the black, interface, which you see in the top left 2 boxes, this one is the DICOM viewer, which our hospitals actually purchase from foreign market. Now our DICOM viewers are deployed in various hospitals. So inside the DICOM viewers is the AI software that is working, which is also developed by our center. So on the left, there is brain tumor detection and segmentation software, in which we rank 3rd in the world, ranked by BRATS. In the BRATS challenge, we rank 3rd in the world in this. The next one is AI for healthcare in the, tuberculosis or the pulmonary domain. So in this, we have a 98% accuracy covering tuberculosis, COPD, the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and also the coronavirus, the COVID-19. So, and several other, for example, it's not here on the slide, but the central app of Sindh government, which actually collected data from all over the Sindh province during the COVID time, was made by our center. And similarly for thalassemia, for vascular surgery, for breast cancer detection, for epilepsy, for neurological disorders, so many systems have been deployed by our center, and in various hospitals. We are working in collaboration with Aga Khan, Shaukat Khanam, the Rawalpindi Medical University hospitals. You keep naming them, and they are our collaborators. So in AI in agriculture, we have like several systems in the most water scarce areas, especially in Sindh and Balochistan. And also, like, we've designed our own incubators, and there are some projects going on in collaboration with prominent companies like Lexan Group and etc. So we've been working with them as well. Okay, so time is finished actually, so I can't really continue. So I'll just, for uplifting your confidence or to give you a message of hope at the conclusion of my talk, I couldn't show you more products. We've developed around 221 of these. So this is a huge kind of development, and customers that approach us, partners that we work with, are not just from Pakistan, but they're from several countries. Like Facebook, for instance, has identified us as one of the top 22 partners of Meta for artificial intelligence, in parallel with names like Microsoft, IBM, AMD, etc. And this is on their main website. You can go and check it there. So we are one of the top 22 in the world that they have identified. This kind of resource in Pakistan, and we actually train people for various organizations at both the leadership level as well as the developer level. So if you have an organization, you want to develop an AI center, we will enable your team to actually, embark on AI. So if you want to get in touch with me, you can scan just this, QR code, and it will take you to a website which can connect you on all the social media platforms. And it's a pleasure to speak to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yasser Riaz, for this wonderful presentation. Surely we'll be looking forward to work with you in future as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of having Ms. Shaza Fatma Khaja with us, and I'll request to the Executive Director, Sustainable Development Policy Institute, to come and deliver his remarks, and also formally welcome to Madam and share your thoughts.
Thank you, Shahid. Honorable and distinguished panel on the head table, dear students, distinguished guests. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure and honor to be here among students, try to unfold our discussion on a topic which is, of course, even if we are trying to defy, and even if we are shying away from fear of unknown, it is already there. And that's why we wanted to understand the opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence vis-a-vis cybersecurity. And we also wanted to get the policy recommendation linked to the agenda of the new government. And I'm extremely thankful to our chief guest, Madam Shaza Fatma Khaja, who joined us. She was busy in a meeting at the Prime Minister House, but I think that's her passion for the subject, that as soon as she got free from the meeting, she straight away joined us. And we would really like, ma'am, that the recommendations that will be compiling out of this discussion can be conveyed to the right corner. And we hope that these recommendations would go a long way in your government's attempt to have a responsible and a safe regime of artificial intelligence in Pakistan. Now, the first session, where since morning we had been listening from the monitors and regulators of internet and this telecommunication, their approaches, their way forward, and the challenges that they are facing. In this session, before you joined, we had three wonderful presentations telling us that how quickly this artificial intelligence has penetrated in our day-to-day lives, even if we don't have the proper regime to get benefit of the opportunities that it offers, and B, try to ward off the challenges that comes with artificial intelligence. And you heard the last presentation, the National Center for Artificial Intelligence in NERST, their remarkable work. I'll conclude, but I can't conclude without thanking the two important persons sitting here. One is Brigadier Muhammad Yasin, our senior advisor emeritus, who has been taking a group of these telecom experts for last many decades. And in fact, if I can say that Brigadier Yasin at that time and his team in Prime Minister Secretariat, they had played a major role in deregulation of PTC at that time. And since then, he has been providing us the guidance to steer it further. And it was indeed his idea that we should discuss the nexus and how the opportunities and challenges of AI can be tapped or can be warded off vis-a-vis this cybercrime. And second is Dr. Nasir Saab, Vice Chancellor, Allama Iqbal Open University, who agreed to co-host this event with us. We really wanted the youngsters who are sitting here to be part of this discussion, to be able to understand the implications as well as opportunities that AI offers. And of course, it also has its implication for academia, and I'm sure Professor Sab, you will be doing something about it as well. Now, there is a proper reference if the students, they are taking help from AI, from Chat GPT, from others. So in their assignments, there's a proper style of referencing so that it doesn't become plagiarism or it doesn't become dishonesty to seek help from AI. It is, to me, it is just like in my age, using calculator for our arithmetics was a crime. And for us, use of arithmetic and not knowing the tables by heart using calculator, that was the most unwanted activity that a student could do. Similarly, for the students who are now studying in the age of AI, I think, again, apart from its opportunities and challenges vis-a-vis cybercrime, we also need to see that how we can have some systems and mechanisms in place so that using help from AI doesn't become plagiarism. And students who are getting it, they can acknowledge it and attribute it just like they acknowledge and attribute any other reference material, still using their own intellect. I think we are living in age of unparalleled information. A few decades ago, we were knowledge finders. Now is the age where we are knowledge managers. And when we have terabytes of data in our possession and at our disposal, managing this knowledge that not only gives us opportunities, it also asks us to be a responsible user of it. And how we can do it, that's what we learned from our distinguished panelists today, and we will keep this discussion on, and we will forward these recommendations through Madam Shaza Khwaja to the decision makers, where it actually gets gelled in the policy and planning of a new government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think this is the time to wind up, and now I will request the chief guest, Ms. Shaza Fatma, to come to the stage and share her thoughts and Also, she's been very actively engaged with the youth and youth-related activities, and so we are really thankful that she's here with us. So now, without further delay, I'll request her to please. Okay. Fine. Sure. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would first of all like to thank Abid Suleri Saab and Vice Chancellor Saab, Dr. Nasir Saab, and everyone on the panel for hosting this event and for being a part of it and for giving me the honor of joining this gathering today. जहाँ तक you'll have to excuse me, मेरा गला खराब है थोड़ा सा, तो आवाज बैठी हुई है, but I'll try my best to communicate effectively. जहाँ तक आज के टॉपिक का सवाल है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का और साइबर सिक्योरिटी का, I think it is the need of the hour that we start addressing these issues. And to be honest, we might actually also be a little late because दुनिया already काफी आगे निकल चुकी है. मुझे खुशी हुई अभी प्रेजेंटेशन सुन के कि NCAI जो है is doing a good job. And I still remember 2016 में जब हमने इसका कॉल फॉर प्रपोजल दिया था और 2017 में नस्ट में इसका सेक्रेटेरिएट कायम हुआ था, तो that was the seed that we envisaged will help us in the coming years. And उस टाइम पे और भी बहुत से सेंटर्स शुरू किए गए, नेशनल सेंटर फॉर क्वांटम फिजिक्स, नेशनल सेंटर फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, एरोस्पेस का center of excellence, and all of them are doing wonderfully well as we speak. So almost a decade down, those seeds that were sown are bearing fruits, and kabhi that is what effective leadership and what effective vision and effective political will can do for countries and for nations. So I'm really grateful for that presentation and how it has, also updated me on what's been going on there. And similarly about सेफ सिटी जब लाहौर में लगा था, वो भी मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है जब उसका सेंटर कायम हुआ था पहला, एंड हाउ इट वाज फुली ऑटोमेटेड. और आज हमारे घर पे वो तस्वीर आ जाती है वायलेशन की. सो ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स हेल्प अस इन effective governance and effective monitoring, in keeping the government procedures transparent. And the more we begin to utilize these tools that are now there at our disposal, the better our governance and our systems can be for our people, and the better we can perform in terms of transparency, in terms of providing ease to the citizens of Pakistan. And that is my firm belief. Coming to the specific topic of AI and cybersecurity, cybersecurity is one of the biggest threats that we face today. Data जो है, they say data is the new gold, and data आजकल सब कुछ drive करता है, whether it is market, whether it is profits, and everything then revolves around such an economy. तो data की जो protection है और जो cyber security की बात है, one of the largest threats जहाँ पे वो pose होते हैं वो government ही होती है. हमने पीछे देखा कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस के डेटा के अंदर जो है वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट्स आए और ब्रीच हुआ डेटा. दैट पोजेस a lot of threats, not just in terms of governance, but also becomes a national security risk if we let these cyber security threats breach into the government databases. इसी तरह even the private databases जो हैं, जो मुल्क का डेटा है, नादरा का डेटा है, ये सारे जो हैं बहुत ज़्यादा सिक्योर करने वाली हमारे एसेट्स हैं जिसको हमें इंश्योर करना है कि इनको हम सिक्योर कर सकें. जहाँ तक साइबर थ्रेट का सवाल है, जो साइबर क्रिमिनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, जहाँ हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे और मशीन लर्निंग के ऊपर काम करने की बात करते हैं, आई थिंक समटाइम्स दे आर वे अहेड ऑफ us, and especially ahead of the governments. वो लोग already invest कर चुके होते हैं artificial intelligence में, machine learning में. Their algorithms sometimes are better than the defensive algorithms, especially जहाँ तक government का सवाल है. या I'm not very well versed, but I'm not sure कि हमारा private sector भी इस वक्त AI में और cyber security में कितना advanced है. I think we still have a long way to go, and we need to invest much more and support these things as much as we can. So the evolution of malware also requires evolution of cybersecurity. अगर malware और cyber threat evolve करता जाएगा और AI और machine learning को adopt करता जाएगा और हम अपनी traditional cyber security जो है situation के अंदर if we stay stuck within that circuit, I think we will very soon be losing out on a lot more than just data. And like I said, it will eventually become a national security threat for the country. So everybody needs to first align that we need to get over the fear of unknown, like Abid Saab said, and we need to start adopt these new cutting edge tools that are there across the world, and we need to start. I'm not a very big fan of regulation, but to some extent, we also need to start adopting policies that bring some sort of discipline within these areas, especially जिस तरह एजुकेशन की बात हुई. एजुकेशन के अंदर इस वक्त आप चैट जीपीटी की बात करते हैं, वो आपको पूरे पूरे रिसर्च पेपर्स लिख के दे सकते हैं. ये सारे जो सॉफ्टवेयर इस वक्त अवेलेबल हैं. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ बैनिंग दीज सॉफ्टवेयर और इंस्टेड ऑफ criminalizing the use of these softwares, we need to evolve our education systems in a way that we adopt these softwares and we teach our students how to effectively use them. We need to now upgrade our curriculums. We need to definitely move towards a system of education that prepares our young people for the jobs of the future. We cannot stay stuck in our traditional disciplines and then expect the country to give us growth opportunities and provide employment opportunities. दुनिया आगे निकल रही है, वो हमारे लिए नहीं रुकेगी. Traditional jobs will become obsolete. Traditional degrees will become obsolete at some point in time. That is not to say that there is absolute despair in the coming times, but it is definitely to say that if our institutions and also our young people, if we collectively fail to adapt to with these new technologies and these new job opportunities that are coming up, we will collectively fail as a society. So जहाँ पे हमें तो इस टेबल पे बैठे हुए लोगों को टाइम लगता है करिकुलम चेंज करने में, पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स लाने में, लेकिन आप लोगों को वो टाइम नहीं लगना चाहिए. आपके पास इंटरनेट इज देयर एट योर doorstep. You're privileged to be sitting in a university right now, probably 0.1% of this population. At any point in time, HEC में 20 लाख बच्चे registered होते हैं. इस मुल्क के अंदर तकरीबन 25 करोड़ आवाम है और उसमें से 70% 35 साल से छोटे बच्चे हैं. तो आप सारों के पास, उसमें से आप थोड़े से बच्चे हैं जो आज AI की बात कर सकते हैं या समझ सकते हैं या इस तरह की महफिलों में बैठते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज आते हैं. तो the burden of responsibility also lies on you, where you have all these resources available. You have all these MIT के, Harvard के courses lying for free on YouTube and Coursera and all of these platforms that you could just take and certify yourself and become effective members of the workforce. अगर हम अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर आके इन नई टेक्नोलॉजीज को और अपॉर्चुनिटीज को अवेल नहीं करेंगे, we will as individuals also lose out, but we will as a nation lose out on these new opportunities that are there. हमारा इस वक्त सबसे बड़ा asset हमारा youth population hai, and we need to channelize all of this. And I say this sitting in a university and requesting our academia to also evolve with these new technologies, to train our teachers, to train our professors in these new technologies, bring in international capacities, international expertise to universities, do crash courses. आजकल 6 महीने के कोर्स में बच्चे एम्प्लॉय हो जाते हैं. Not to undermine the importance of degrees, but the jobs of the future are hardly, they're more concerned with your skill level. They're more concerned with what kind of result-oriented approach do you have, what kind of hands-on skills do you have, whether it's AI, whether it's artificial, whether it's these machine learning, blockchain, Web3, जो मर्जी आप नाम जितने मर्जी लेते जाएं. These things are more skill oriented now as opposed to degree oriented per se. So on both sides of the table, and as we take the new government, we will also be putting in our maximum effort to bridge the skills gap that is there. जैसे कि अभी last presentation में बात हुई कि अगर 130 million jobs create हो रही हैं तो 400 million jobs obsolete भी हो रही हैं. मगर उन 130 मिलियन के टेकर्स कौन हैं? वो हमारे यंग बच्चे होने चाहिए. You should be the first ones to raise your hands to take those jobs. So उस skills gap को bridge करना हमारा भी काम है. दुनिया बहुत इवॉल्व हो गई है, आपको भी उसके अंदर अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डालना होगा. आपके पास भी वो अपॉर्चुनिटी अवेलेबल है और हमें मिल के वी नीड टू कम अप with policies, with strategies. We need to upgrade ourselves, our curriculums, our institutional thought processes, our workforce, our students, to a point where we do not miss this bus and miss this opportunity that is available to us globally. अगर हम आज इसमें पीछे रह गए, we're already, by the way, quite behind, but we can catch up still with the kind of workforce that we have, with the kind of youth population that we have. But we will have to put in immense effort, immense investment in these areas in order to come up to the mark, to the global standards, where a young population will be able to, inshallah, eventually be the top, amongst the top leaders in these fields. So let's, sit here and pledge, all of us, that we will all put in our best efforts on individual level as well as collectively on an institutional level to build our capacities to a point where we're able to evolve as a society and come up to the standards of this new economic, technological landscape that is there before us globally, that presents us with a lot of opportunities. And we need to be the first takers of that opportunity. With that, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and we hope to take this further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. So, before concluding, vote of thanks, so if I may request to Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nasir Mahmood, for just few words, and then we'll move to words closing.
Thank you very much. I have already spoke to the audience and all, but as Ma'am Shaza has joined us, so we welcome you to the campus. This is your first time you're coming to the campus of AIOU. We have a very vibrant computer science department, and when I was sitting here listening to my colleagues here, so I see a lot of opportunities for them to expand to for these students, because they're all very talented people here. We will try to provide an environment which we are talking about. We'll improve upon that and open up avenues for them to work on and make their futures. And thanks very much. Thank you very much to you and all other colleagues for joining us today. It was really a brainstorming session in which I'm sure that our students, faculty, and myself, we have learned a lot, and many ideas we have now with us on which we can work. Thank you for coming.
Sir, thank you very much. For the vote of thank, I will request Brigadier Muhammad Yasin sir, please come and say vote of thank. और इसके बाद ग्रुप फोटो होगा जहां पर आई लव AIOU लिखा हुआ, वहां पर सब स्टूडेंट्स और सारे जो एग्जेक्टिव्स हैं वो वहां पर ग्रुप फोटो के लिए आएंगे. सर, ओवर टू.
Mr. Putin, the Russian president, once said, the one who will rule AI will rule the world. Dr. Mukarram mentioned 4 countries who have caught up with the technology during the last few years, 4 or 5 years, and they are now keeping pace with the evolving AI. Our 2 neighbors, the eastern neighbor and the western neighbor, Iran, they are keeping pace with the evolving AI. And I sincerely hope that we will also, in a couple of years' time, will be able to catch up with artificial intelligence. Let me thank Allama Iqbal Open University and National CERT for collaboration in organizing this very important event. And I am sure that this collaboration will continue. Let me individually thank the speakers who have, taken out their time to come here and talk on artificial intelligence. In the first session, Dr. Hajra of Allama Iqbal Open University, let me thank her for taking time out. Dr. Mukarram Khan from PTA, Dr. Faisal Nawaz Janjua from Ministry of Defense, Zakir Sayed, Director, Internet Governance, Ministry of Information Technology and Telecom, Dr. Mehreen Afzal, Executive Director, CERT, National CERT, and Dr. Kashif Nazir Qureshi, Associate Professor, Department, University of a university in Ireland. In the second session, let me first of all thank Dr. Nasir Mahmood, Vice Chancellor, Allama Iqbal Open University. And he has been very kind, to help us to organize this very important event. Aslam Hayat, Mr. Aslam Hayat, a friend from a long time. Mudassar Hussain, Vice President, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs. Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz from NUST. He talked about robots. He is working on robots. ऐसा ना हो कि 2 साल के बाद इसी किस्म का इवेंट हो और खुद ना आ सके और रोबोट को भेज दे. Let me thank also Dr. Abid Qayyum Surari. Under his guidance, the SDPI's study group on information technology and telecom is working from the last 30 years, more than 30 years. Last but not the least, I sincerely want to thank Ms. Fatima Khaja. I know, members of parliament is extremely busy these days, and I am very thankful to her for sparing time to come here and putting us wise as to what is being done and what should be done. So let us hope that parliamentarians will at least spend half an hour every day individually to think what should be done to catch up with this evolving technology. I am sure they'll do that. In the end, I sincerely want to thank you, SDPI team, who has been working very hard to organize this particular event. It's not easy to arrange such events. It's the administration, MIS, SDTV, and advocacy unit. So with that, I once again thank you all, and Allah be with you all.
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच. ग्रुप फोटो के लिए मैंने आपसे रिक्वेस्ट की है, बस उससे पहले 2 क्विक सर अगर आप इजाजत है तो एक डॉक्टर सलीम साहब का, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सलीम साहब का बहुत शुक्रिया अल्लामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी से, जिन्होंने भरपूर तरीके से इसको डे 1 से कोऑर्डिनेशन की. और दूसरा डॉक्टर तारिक महमूद साहब का जो पीएस है, उनका बहुत शुक्रिया. उनका हमने बहुत तंग किया और उन्होंने इसमें बहुत हमारे साथ मावनत की. सो अब सबसे ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि आ जाएं ग्रुप फोटो के लिए, और उसके साथ ही अल्लाह हाफिज. इंशाल्लाह फिर जल्दी मुलाकात होगी.
ख़वातीन और हज़रात, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर एपिसोड ऑफ थॉट बिहाइंड थिंग्स। आज हमारे साथ मौजूद है एक बहुत ही खास मेहमान who's been very well recommended in the comment section. A lot of you guys kept on saying कि सर उस्मान आसिफ साहब को लेकर आए from DevZinc, who we finally have today with us. बड़े अरसे से ये सेटअप हो रहा था, but finally alhamdulillah it's happening. Sir, thank you so much for being part of the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
कॉन्वर्सेशन को स्टार्ट करने से पहले let me just let you know कि करने का मकसद ये है कि again मैं बड़ी दफ़ा ये मेंशन कर चुका हूँ, दिस इज़ अनदर वन ऑफ दोज IT कंपनी थिंग्स, बट पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी जिस तरफ जा रही है, वी ऑल नो वेरी क्लियरली दैट वी नीड टू गो टूवर्ड्स अ डॉलर इनफ्लो इकॉनमी वर्सेस द डॉलर आउटफ्लो इकॉनमी. एक्सपोर्ट्स बढ़ानी है, इंपोर्ट्स कम करनी है, और हम अगर ना भी करें ना तो आने वाले वक्त में जो इकोनॉमिक वेरिएबल्स हैं, दे विल फोर्स यू टू डू इट. एंड सो इट्स बेटर टू हैव दीज कॉन्वर्सेशंस राइट नाउ, फिगर आउट the pain points and understand okay, how can we scale those exports, how can we make that money. And in a lot of ways, while again manufacturing and industrialization are inherently important for any economy, and inshallah Pakistan will see that as well, the easiest low-lying जो कहते हैं ना low-lying fruit, वो जो है वो यही है कि आप सर्विसेज सेक्टर में जाएं जहाँ पर आपके पास एक ह्यूज यूथ पॉपुलेशन है. यू कैन क्विकली अपस्किल देम एंड यू कैन गेट देम इनटू द जॉब मार्केट, एंड इन अ जॉब मार्केट दैट इज़ मोस्ट सर्टनली ग्रोइंग. उस्मान भाई, कॉन्वर्सेशन को मैं थोड़ा सा स्टार्ट करूँगा. पहले तो ये कि अगेन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग इन. मुझे थोड़ा सा ये बताइएगा कि where were you born and अर्ली लाइफ आपने कहाँ पे गुजारी एंड एजुकेशन कहाँ से ली? अगर आपने पैसिव इनकम के बारे में परेशान है, खासकर आजकल की इकोनॉमी में जहां पर ऑलरेडी कैश कंटिन्यूअसली बर्न हो रहा है और इन्फ्लेशन हमें मार रही है, तो आई एम प्राउड टू अनाउंस दैट दिस वीडियो इज इन पार्टनरशिप विद सरमाया फाइनेंशियल्स. दे आर ऑफरिंग 2 वेरी कूल ट्रेनिंग्स. कैपिटल मार्केट फंडामेंटल्स, जिसमें आप स्टॉक्स और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट करना सीखेंगे और अंडरस्टैंड करेंगे कि आखिर एक कंपनी के अंदर क्या ऐसे फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं जिनको आपने देखना होता है टू फिगर आउट कि वो एक अच्छी कंपनी है टू इन्वेस्ट इन. और दूसरी ट्रेनिंग है टेक्निकल एनालिसिस मास्टर क्लास, जिसमें आप सीखेंगे कि किस तरीके से हम डिफरेंट ट्रेडेबल एसेट्स लाइक कमोडिटीज, फॉरेक्स, स्टॉक्स, क्रिप्टो के अंदर थोड़े से पैसे लगाकर बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे बना सकते हैं. पर्सनली ये ट्रेनिंग मैंने भी ली है एंड इट्स एब्सोल्युटली फिनोमिनल. द लिंक टू द ट्रेनिंग्स आर इन द डिस्क्रिप्शन बिलो. चेक देम आउट एंड बिकम फाइनेंशियली हेल्दी. एंड नाउ बैक टू द पॉडकास्ट.
So I was thank you so much for having me. I was born in Rahim Yar Khan. ये साउथ पंजाब का जी आखिरी शहर है, and raised there also. मेरी इनिशियल सारी जो एजुकेशन है वो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से हुई, प्योर उर्दू मीडियम, एंड देन आई वेंट टू, सो रहीमिया खान में उस टाइम पे, अब तो खैर बहुत सारे कॉलेजेस, बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हो गई हैं. उस टाइम पे एक ही कॉलेज था, ख्वाजा फरीद कॉलेज. वहाँ पे वही PSF थी, ASF थी और जमातें थीं और लड़ाइयाँ हुआ करती थीं. और
ये कौन सा साल है रफली?
ये हम बात करें, नहीं, ये हम बात करें 2002 की. जब मैंने अपनी FSC स्टार्ट की. हमारे दौर में A लेवल्स, O लेवल्स था, लेकिन वो बहुत ही मतलब बीकन हाउस टाइप ऑफर करते हैं. रहीमिया खान में बीकन हाउस उस टाइम नहीं था, और ना हम अफोर्ड भी नहीं कर सकते थे. सो
रहीमिया खान कितना बड़ा है शहर?
हाँ, रहीमिया खान छोटा सा शहर है, मुझे एग्जैक्ट पॉपुलेशन नहीं आइडिया होगा, लेकिन आप समझ लें जैसे कसूर से भी छोटा होगा, मतलब काफ़ी छोटा शहर है.
6-8 लाख लोग.
या मोस्टली लोग या तो बहुत अमीर हैं या बिल्कुल गरीब हैं. सही है. तो मोस्टली इस तरह के लैंडलॉर्ड्स हैं और एग्रीकल्चर के लोग हैं, लैंडलॉर्ड्स हैं, वो वहीं पे रहते हैं. उनका अच्छा एक शहर बना हुआ है. अब तो माशाल्लाह बहुत तरक्की कर गया रहीमिया खान. उस टाइम की बात करूँ, कोई एक पिज़्ज़ा, मुझे ये लाहौर आके पता लगा कि पिज़्ज़ा बेकरी का क्या होता है और पिज़्ज़ा फ्रेश क्या होता है.
Interesting. And growing up, how was life like?
It was
were
tough.
you comfortable? Did you, in terms of money, in terms of lifestyle, what was it like?
No, it was very tough. So हर किसी को लगता है उसका चाइल्डहुड डिफिकल्ट होता है, लेकिन इन द हाइंडसाइट आई डू बिलीव, सो कहते हैं आपका जो आपकी CV होती है, इट्स अ कैटलॉग ऑफ योर सफरिंग. ठीक है. तो यू फील मोर ग्रेटफुल नाउ okay, now I have come a long way, So my father died very early in my childhood. I do not remember any one-on-one conversation with him. I do not remember how he was like, what his beliefs were and what not. My mother was a government servant. सरकारी स्कूल की मुलाजमत थी. मुझे याद है मैं फास्ट में मेरा एडमिशन हुआ था बहुत लेटर ऑन, तो उनकी तनख्वाह उस टाइम 9,000 रुपये थी. तो इट वॉज डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस टू सर्वाइव, राइट. सो बहुत.
Did you have like maternal paternal family there? Why did you stay in Rahimiya Khan all that time?
Right. So मेरी खाला का वहाँ पे घर था, and so we were staying in her house. So she was very kind to us, definitely. जो होते हैं combined family के मसले होते हैं वो तो थे, लेकिन she was very kind to us. But she was kind, but all the relatives were not so much.
Right.
So one thing about landlords is कि if you are living in a landlord family और आपके पास land नहीं है ना, तो आप exist नहीं करते हो. ठीक है. Especially अब पाकिस्तान में अगर आप orphan हो और सब कुछ हो ना, तो फिर आपकी existence बहुत ज़्यादा है नहीं. So I was a very average kind of student, not so good looking, not have good grades, so no future was essentially betted on me. So I was almost always ignored. Yeah, this is what I remember about my childhood. So and I was very much अच्छा कि यार अभी ये भी सीखना है, अभी ये भी करना है और अभी ये भी फिगर आउट करना है और अभी कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है करना क्या है एग्जैक्टली, पैशन है क्या करना और पढ़ाई में दिल भी है कि नहीं है. और लाहौर हमें ये पता था कि यार एफएससी के बाद सारे लाहौर चले जाते हैं. अब वो एक ब्लैक बॉक्स है कि लाहौर जाके क्या हो जाता है ऐसा, और लाहौर क्या है, कितना बड़ा है और उसके वहाँ पे एजुकेशन क्या होगी, यूनिवर्सिटीज कौन सी
लाहौर में डिड यू हैव फैमिली देयर?
नहीं,
या कुछ पता था कि क्या करना है?
नो आई हैव नो आइडिया, आई हैड नो आइडिया. सो एफएससी के बाद माय मदर टोल्ड मी कि ये 5,000 रुपये हैं, लाहौर चले जाओ. और मैं आई टोल्ड माय मदर कि मेरे पास बहुत फ्रेंड्स हैं लाहौर में, आप बेफिक्र हो जाए, क्योंकि मुझे पता था मेरी मदर कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग अबाउट दैट. आई सॉ शी स्ट्रगल अ लॉट व्हेन इट कम्स टू मेरा बिग ब्रदर. माय बिग ब्रदर आल्सो वेंट टू कॉमसेट्स, सो ही वाज लिविंग इन द कॉमसेट्स हॉस्टल, सो ही कुड नॉट हेल्प मी ईदर. एंड आई टोल्ड माय मदर कि नहीं मेरे तो बहुत दोस्त हैं, आई विल फिगर इट आउट. और आई रिमेंबर कि व्हेन आई केम टू 7 बजे का टाइम था, सुबह 7 बजे ठोकर नियाज बेग पे हमें उतार दिया उसने बस ने. बल्कि मैं फर्स्ट टाइम अकेला सफ़र करा था रहीमिया खान से बाहर, मेरा फर्स्ट जर्नी था, मेरे पास 5,000 रुपये थे और मैं परेशान था. तो
फर्स्ट टाइम ट्रैवल कर, कभी मरी नहीं गए? कभी
नहीं, सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता सर, अफोर्ड ही नहीं करते हम तो, हैंड टू माउथ चल रहे हैं हमारे पास. एज अ फैमिली वी डिड नॉट इवन, वी हैड 2 साइकिल्स, नो कार्स. एज अ फैमिली वी डिड नॉट हैव एनीथिंग, यू नो. तो फर्स्ट टाइम वेंटिंग, सो आई वाज वेरी मच वरिड. मैं अपने दोस्तों से बता रहा हूँ यार मैं अकेला जा रहा हूँ, मुझे क्या बनेगा और क्या. तो माई फ्रेंड वॉज लाइक, जब मुझे छोड़ के वो बस में बिठा के जा रहे हैं तो बस के दरवाजे पर खड़े होकर कहता, उस्मान साहब परेशान नहीं होना, आप किसी को बताइए ना कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम जा रहे हैं. सही है. अब वो सारी बस सुन रही है ये बात. सही है. और मुझे हो रहा है अच्छा मैंने किसको नहीं बताना था. सारे तो यहाँ बैठे हुए. तो फिर वो सारे जो थे मुसाफिर उन्होंने मुझे बताना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं लाहौर बहुत अच्छा है, यू विल फिगर इट आउट. अच्छा मेरे ग्रेड्स बड़े कम हैं. सही है. एफएससी में बहुत कम मार्क्स हैं और आई वॉज टोल्ड कि एफएससी में मार्क्स अच्छे हों तो भी एडमिशन नहीं मिलता. तो अब तो मार्क्स नहीं है बॉस, अब क्या हो पाएगा. मतलब मैं बेयरली फर्स्ट डिवीजन था. आई हेटेड स्टडीज. मैथ में आई वाज वेरी गुड.
व्हाट इज फर्स्ट डिवीजन इन एफएससी? 60%?
660.
So that's how much, what's the percentage?
So 1100 टोटल है, तो ये तकरीबन 60% बनता है मेरे ख्याल है.
Right. I think वो फास्ट का कट ऑफ आता है.
फास्ट का कट ऑफ. सो फास्ट वाज द ओनली काइंड यूनिवर्सिटी जिनका कट ऑफ था कि यार फर्स्ट डिवीजन से ऊपर एटलीस्ट टेस्ट ले लेंगे. बाकी को टेस्ट भी नहीं होता ना. अच्छा. यू नो, तो वाहिद यूनिवर्सिटी जो टेस्ट पे फैसला करेगी. तो आई वाज वेरी शार्प इन मैथ्स, आई वाज वेरी बैड अदरवाइज. ठीक है. और दूसरा मुझे एग्जाम में बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी. बस मैं एग्जाम में जाता था, मुझे क्वेश्चन का आंसर पता है, बस जस्ट इतना लेजी और इतना प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन कर रहा हूँ कि बस लिख नहीं रहा, यू नो. तो मार्क्स कभी भी नहीं आए. सही. तो लेकिन अब लाहौर जाना, लाहौर चले गए. एंड उस टाइम पे ना 2004 की बात है ये. उस टाइम पे एक टेलीकॉम का बूम था कि पाकटल भी आ रहा है और वारिद भी आ रहा है और यूफोन एंड मोबलिंक एंड दिस एंड दैट, देयर आर सो मेनी जॉब्स. और कंप्यूटर साइंस का मतलब उस टाइम ये था कि टेक्नोलॉजिक्स है, नेटसोल है, किसी एक आध है और बहुत कम तनख्वाहें हैं और 9/11 अभी हुआ है, अभी एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट.
I mean, but you're a kid from Rahim Yar Khan. Did you know all of this?
No, I did not.
Right, like ये तो बातें आप बाद में आज in hindsight बोल रहे हैं ना. उस टाइम के ऊपर तो did you have any insight?
तो अब मैं वहाँ पे आ गया हूँ. ठीक है. मैं वहाँ पे आया 1-2 दिन इस तरह रहा कि फलानी जगह से कोई रेफरेंस मिला कि यार फलाना भाई जो है ना वो छोड़ के जा रहे हैं अपार्टमेंट, आप वहाँ चले जाओ. फिर अच्छा वो भी छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, फिर आप यहाँ चले जाओ. फिर 1-2 दिन नहीं भी कोई जगह थी तो थोड़ा सा होमलेस भी रह लिया, थोड़ा सा फिगर आउट किया. तो इट टुक मी सम टाइम टू फिगर आउट. वो एक जगह थी जहाँ पे एक कमरे में हम 17 रूममेट्स रहते थे रहीम यार खान के. अब वो हमारे बारे में ये मशहूर था कि यार इतना क्लोज होते हैं कि किसी के ख्वाब किसी और को आ रहे होते हैं. सही है. इस तरह रहे जी हम लोग.
तो एंड आपने दिमाग बनाया हुआ था कि मैंने फास्ट जाना है लाहौर जाके?
मुझे था कि किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में जाना है.
अच्छा, बस आप लाहौर गए और अब आपने यू हैव टू हॉप अराउंड टू फिगर आउट कि कहाँ एडमिशन मिल जाएगा.
एग्जैक्टली. सो माय रूममेट्स टेलिंग मी कि यार टेलीकॉम का भाई बूम है, टेलीकॉम कर लो. सही है. माय ब्रदर हु वाज आल्सो इन कंप्यूटर साइंस वाज टेलिंग मी कि यार प्रोग्रामिंग काफ़ी टफ है, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू फिगर आउट. तुम अच्छे स्टूडेंट हो नहीं, तुम्हारे ग्रेड्स भी अच्छे नहीं हैं, तो तुम टेलीकॉम में आ जाओ, कम से कम जॉब्स होंगी. और जॉब्स थी उस टाइम. तो व्हाट आई डिड, शुक्र है ये कर लिया कि मैंने कहा चलो यार प्रोग्रामिंग करके देखते हैं कितनी की टफ है. तो आई रोट माई फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम. टर्न्स आउट के आई लव्ड इट. द मोमेंट A+B=4 रन हुआ, हेलो वर्ल्ड सारे लिखते हैं, मैंने हेलो वर्ल्ड नहीं लिखा, मैंने A+B= व्हाटएवर लिखा. जब वो रन हुआ तो मुझे एक अजीब सा अंदर ना एंड्रेनलिन रश हुआ कि यार ये मैंने बनाया और ये बन गया, ये तो बहुत प्यारी चीज़ है. अब मैंने अपने भाई को फ़ोन किया, मैंने कहा यार मैं कंप्यूटर साइंस में आना चाहता हूँ. मैंने यार इसकी जॉब्स नहीं है एंड यू नीड जॉब, टेलीकॉम इंजीनियरिंग इज़ द थिंग. मैं अपने रूममेट से पूछा, सबने कहा कि नहीं है, टेलीकॉम इंजीनियरिंग इज़ द थिंग. अच्छा, जिस रात को बैठ के 11 बजे मैं एडमिशन फॉर्म फिल कराना, उसमें मैंने ऑप्शन सेलेक्ट करनी है, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन कंप्यूटर साइंस या टेलीकम्युनिकेशन. वहाँ पे एक कोटेशन लिखी हुई है दीवार पे कि एवरीवन हैज़ द राइट टू गो टू हेल इन हिज ओन वे. सही है, पता नहीं किस अननोन बंदे की कोटेशन पता नहीं किस मकसद के लिए लिखी गई। मुझे हुआ कि यार ठीक है, बेहतरीन है,
वो रैंडम लड़के प्रिंट निकाल के लगा देते हैं
लगा
फालतू
दिया।
की।
मैंने कहा बस ठीक है ब्रो, अगर खराब भी होगा ना तो अपने हिसाब से होगा ना, ठीक है देखेंगे कल को क्या होगा। लेट मी मेक माय लाइफ हेल माय ओन वे,
लेट मी बी रिस्पांसिबल फॉर माय ओन डिसीजन।
एग्जैक्टली, सो आई टुक द डिसीजन ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस, आई डिडंट टेल एनीवन। मैंने कंप्यूटर साइंस कर दिया, मैं चुप करके टेस्ट दिया, टेस्ट में आई परफॉर्म्ड वेरी वेरी वेल, क्योंकि वेरी लॉजिकल टेस्ट था, उसमें बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म हुआ, तो आई वाज सिलेक्टेड ऑन माय फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस व्हिच वाज कंप्यूटर साइंस, एंड आई कुड नॉट बिलीव माई सेल्फ कि यार मेरा कंप्यूटर साइंस, उसमें आगे लिखा हुआ है कि कंप्यूटर साइंस सिलेक्टेड, तो वो होता ना कि मेरी सिलेक्शन हो गई है, मेरी सिलेक्शन हो गई, वो वाली फीलिंग ना, इट्स जस्ट रहीमिया खान वापस गए, कब आपका टाइम पूरा हो गया, मैं टेस्ट दिया वापस आ गया, अब एडमिशन नहीं हुआ तो योर लाइफ इज रहीमिया खान में कोई और जॉब है नहीं सिवाय मोबलिंग के एक ऑफिस के, पूरे रहीमिया खान में या बैंक की जॉब है या मोबलिंग का एक ऑफिस है, अदरवाइज है नहीं। अब ये कोई लाइफ है नहीं, यू नो, सो आई रियली वांट कि मेरा हो जाए एडमिशन, आई रियली वांट दैट, दिस इज माय लास्ट चांस टू प्रूव टू द वर्ल्ड, सो एक्सीलेंस फॉर मी इज नॉट अ चॉइस, इट्स अ सर्वाइवल थिंग।
So question, as a young kid out of a small town, not having gone out a lot, not having access to, let's say, the Instagram of the world and all of those things at the time.
वो तो थे भी नहीं उस टाइम
थे भी नहीं, probably television था, उसी से आपको जो एक insight थोड़ी बहुत ही मिलती थी कि यार
मोबाइल नए
कैसी है, ये क्या है, किस तरह है। what was that drive like as a young kid कि यार मैंने निकलना है यहाँ से? वो एक होता है ना, फिल्मों में हम देखते हैं अमेरिकन स्मॉल टाउन बच्चा होता है, वो कहता है यार I want to go to the big city, I want to do something. So what was it like for you when you went to Lahore, when you landed in Lahore?
Oh boy.
What was that experience like, and coming back to Rahim Yar Khan, काफ़ी लोगों का शायद ये भी होता हो कि वो जाते हो और वो कहते हो यार ये तो this is a very hostile environment, I'm comfortable where I am.
So बड़े शहर की ना एक हैबत होती है, सही है, ये छोटे शहर वाले ही महसूस कर सकते हैं। जब आप बड़े शहर में आते हो ना तो आपको बिल्डिंग्स भी तंग कर रही होती हैं, आप लोग सिर्फ एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं और आपको प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है, बिकॉज यू आर इनसिक्योर इन योर हार्ट कि यार भाई मेरा यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है, मैं अलोन हूँ इतने बड़े शहर में। रहीमिया खान में ना हर बंदा किसी ना किसी को जानता था, रहीमिया खान में आपका कोई ना कोई रेफरेंस होता ही था, तो हर जगह पे कुछ ना कुछ था। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि लाहौर में कोई पुलिस वाला खड़ा था तो मुझे टेंशन होती थी, यार अगर मुझे इसने पकड़ लिया तो मेरा कोई नहीं है इस शहर के अंदर। मुझे आज भी ना, मैं अपनी गाड़ी ना सीधी रोड पे लेके जा रहा हूँ तो मैं गली में घुसा लेता हूँ, कोई वजह नहीं है, सीधी रोड है, बस जस्ट मुझे एक आदत पड़ी हुई थी बाइक पे कि यार मेन रोड पे पुलिस रोकेगी तो शायद किसी गली में चले जाओ, बच जाओगे, यू नो। तो ये सर्वाइवल, मैंने तो सोचा नहीं था कि इतना सब कुछ, अभी तो नहीं सोचा, अभी तो बहुत यंग किड हूँ, अभी जस्ट ये है कि यार आई वांट टू सर्वाइव, आई रियली वांट टू सर्वाइव, क्योंकि इफ आई डोंट डू एनीथिंग, my mother has worked very hard for me, you know, and I have a responsibility now, I need to pay back. हर बच्चे की होती है कि मैंने वालिदैन को हज करवाना है, मैंने अपनी वालिदा को खुश रखना है, सब कुछ है। मेरे फादर नहीं थे ना, तो she worked very very hard for us.
How many siblings were you guys?
So one brother, one sister other than me.
Right.
So
and she saved up for your education, or did you guys do scholarships?
No, so she paid scholarship का, मैंने तो नंबर ही कुछ नहीं है, scholarship तो कभी जिंदगी में सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता मेरे लिए। It's still not, I am still the lowest GPA guy in Devzing, by the way, still till date. So really? GPA has never been my thing, bro, मतलब it's not my thing.
Right.
तो I've not been, लेकिन मैं ये नहीं कह रहा GPA मैटर नहीं करता, ये क्वेश्चन बहुत ज़्यादा होता तो हम ये नहीं बात कर रहे हैं, so I'm not proud of it, but that's the thing.
Right.
तो मुझे याद है कि I think my mother ended up selling her jewelry from her nikah and whatnot to afford my education. लोन लिया, पता नहीं क्या कुछ किया, कैसे हम लोग एक सेमेस्टर की फीस कितनी मुश्किल से जाया करती, और फिर एफ भी आ जाया करता है। अच्छा, फास्ट में एफ आना बड़ी कॉमन सी बात है, वो भी एक बेवकूफ़ाना बात थी। होता ना एग्जाम से पहले आप मशवरा लेने किसी बंदे के पास चले जाते हो, अच्छा मशवरा भी किससे लेने जाते हो, जो कि बाहर बैठ के सूटा पी रहा है, सही है, और वो जो सूटा पी रहे होता है ना, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस नेक्स्ट लेवल होता है कि ब्रो जैसे मुझे लाइफ सारी फिगर आउट है मेरे लिए। मैंने उससे जाकर पूछे बाबे से, मैंने कहा जी जीपीए मैटर करता है, पहला सेमेस्टर है यार, क्या पूछने वाला क्वेश्चन था। उसने सूटा निकाला और उसने आके नहीं जीपीए तो मैटर नहीं करता, और एग्जैक्टली यही सुनना चाह रहा था मैं, सही है कि भाई नहीं मैटर करता, कल एग्जाम है, मैं पढ़ना भी नहीं चाह रहा, ठीक है। एंड देन मैंने नहीं स्टडी, आई डिडंट स्टडी हार्ड, आई जस्ट बेयरली पास्ड एंड इट वाज ओके। नेक्स्ट सेमेस्टर आई डिडंट स्टडी, मैं चलो देखते हैं कितना का हो जाता है, तो एक सेमेस्टर में एफ आ गया। नाउ द वन कोर्स एट दैट टाइम कॉस्टेड अराउंड रफली 12,000 रुपीज़, एंड आई थॉट कि यार इस 12,000 को मेरी मदर ने बड़ी मुश्किल से पे किया है, तो आई कैन नॉट हैव दिस एफ, this F is a reality in fast, लेकिन I cannot have that, I'm a very very poor guy, you know। तो खैर उसके बाद फिर मुझे हुआ कि चले अब I need to study hard। अभी भी लोग पूछते हैं कि जीपी मैटर करता नहीं करता, मैं ये क्वेश्चन नहीं है, एक्सेलेंस इज अ लाइफ स्टाइल, मतलब दिस इज द वन वॉर दैट यू आर फाइटिंग, और आप एज अ स्टूडेंट कर रहे हो, सिर्फ ये कर रहे हो ना। खैर तो फास्ट का टाइम बड़ी मुश्किल से गुजरा जी, क्योंकि एवरी सेमेस्टर आई फेल्ट कि अच्छा इस सेमेस्टर की फीस पता नहीं कैसे जाएगी, हम आगे स्टडी कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे, और अभी समझ भी नहीं आ रहा कि अब जॉब्स ना मिली तो क्या होगा, अब ये सब कुछ करने के बाद भी जॉब्स ना मिली तो क्या होगा, यू नो। तो अब वरी होना शुरू हो गई थोड़ी सी।
एंड यू ग्रेजुएटेड इन 2008?
आई ग्रेजुएटेड इन 2008, यस।
विद इन 4 years?
नहीं, 4.5 years, लेकिन आई स्टार्टेड जॉब आफ्टर 4 years.
Right.
तो 1-2 कोर्स रह गए थे, वो मैंने बाद में कर लिए.
So what was the first job?
So first job, I
rather before I go there,
Yeah.
did you have any sort